Hey fam, alright, here we are. Oh, forgot my glasses. That'll change the aspect of a lot of things here. Alright, so we're on day 2 of our Traveling Circus by Lumibricks. Again, I love the Lumibricks sets. I went ahead, it's not in the directions, but I went ahead and I put the light kit, well, the battery pack on the light kit. I'm going to bring it up for us here. Woo! So we've got the lights here. Pretty cool looking stuff. I dig it. If you're kind of wondering, I'm also talking to TikTok as well. I was trying to stream it through Restream, and I had to have so many hours beforehand. Like there's a lot of ins and outs to live streaming. So it's like I'm gonna stick with it because I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying sharing the stories, the builds, that sort of stuff. Especially Lumibricks. Again, I wouldn't stand behind Lumibricks if I didn't believe in the product, okay? So for me, I really, really like this product. So, with that being said, we're now picking up, I believe we were on chapter 4. I say chapter 4. More like we were on bag number 4 from our build, okay? And, put my drink over here. Get my big old box. So this is what we were working on, and we need to add to it. So for today, and again, 1,962 pieces, almost 2,000 pieces. I don't think we're getting through the whole build today. We've already done 4 hours in already, and we got, I think, the first 3 bags worth done. We did lay down the electronics, though the battery pack has to be removed and set elsewhere, okay? So I added some pieces just to see how it lit up. It looks great. But we need to get the rest of this, right? So we need to start looking at the rest of the bags. I believe adding details. So with that being said, let me change my camera over here. We'll get that up and going. All right. If you look, I've got over there on the side. I'll fade that over. If you look over there on the side, I've got, well, not on TikTok, but on my other platform here, I've got my chat. I've got my link for the, for my affiliate program there. So if you're deciding that you want to get something from Lumibricks, definitely hit up that link. It helps out the channel. Any clicks help the channel. So we definitely want to hit them up. All right, we're going to take out bag 4 and bag 4. I got bags 5, 6, 7. All right, we're going to pull these today. We're going to set our box back down. I'm going to open it up down here just in case I need to pull something from out of there. But I believe I got 8, 7, 7. What's this one? 10s. Okay, so we go up to bag 10, which is quite a bit. But we're going to be trying to go through bags 4, 5, and 6. We'll see if we can't get that done the next 4 hours. Sounds like a plan, right? I like it. I think it'll work. Looks like I got it streaming up on everything. I got one person viewing on YouTube. Hey, if you're there, glad that you're here. Again, referral link is over there. And let's keep conversation nice and clean, okay? All right, so here we go. Over on our camera side, we're going to be working on this part of our build. So we're going to pull this forward. Now, I am using my tweezers. Oh, quick update. For those who follow the channel, and if you know, I've got the, oh man, I've got so many Lumibrick sets. I think I'm on number 13. I also got the Farm Life Carpenter van. So I went ahead and picked that up as well because I hear that it's about to retire. And I was like, I want to keep that. I want to get that van. And I'm going to put it with the cheese farm, which is part of Farm Life, the chicken coop, which is part of Farm Life, and I'll probably grab like another set down the road. Now, I will say that out of that, the carpentry van, it's not going to be around for very long. So if you're seeing the live link, and you can probably find it in my profile or on my LinkedIn, for those who cannot see the link, my LinkedIn has a Lumibricks thing kind of in the shop. If you hit that, go there, get the carpentry van. It is going away. So you'll want to get it. It's a good build. I'm waiting on it to come in. I've got, I think, chicken coop that I still need to build. I've got the carpentry van when it comes in. Cowboy camp, which I'm excited about. I got that one after saving, like, oh man, it was like, I had enough points that I got a $20 off coupon, and I was able to get it for like 15 bucks. So Lumibricks, I mean, they definitely know like kind of what they're doing. They got some good stuff. All right, got lots of people that looks like they're showing up. All right, just kind of checking the messages here. All right, so here we go. I'm going to focus on our build today. I got 5s over here. I got 6s over here. We're going to go with 4s. We're going to turn this bad boy around. I'm going to take off the extra minifigs. We don't need them right now. Though I will tell you, did I tell you how excited I was to get another cowboy? And now I've got, you know, for the cowboy camp, I've got another one, which is like a, oh my goodness, it's got a lady that's got like a bandolier, and she has, I think you can like snap the rifle on the chuck wagon. And then I've got another cowboy, but he's got like a guitar. He might actually come with a pistol. I'd have to find out. All right. So we're going to go ahead and open up bags number 4. And it looks like all of this is mainly the curtain. And yeah, it looks like mainly just curtain stuff. All right. We got small parts. We got big parts. And right off the bat, look, I'm going to put it up there for you to see. Put it up there for you to see. And I'm going to put it up there. We get a parasol. How cool is that? I've never seen a parasol in Lego before. And we got it here. That's pretty awesome. I dig it. All right. Now, for those for comments right now on my TikTok, I'm trying to look just to make sure I'm not missing any comments. I don't want to miss comments, okay? But I got a lot of people. Tyler joined, Ramus, Daniel, Shermice, Nikki, Brick. Hey, you all, thank you for showing up. And my friends over here on my other stream, thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. All right, so here we go. We're going to push that off to the side there. And we're going to be starting right here. All right, so we'll move some things. Got our printed bricks over here. Oh, we do get a rifle. Oh, that's pretty cool. We get this little rifle. And we'll see the same thing in the cowboy camp when it comes around. So all our specialties I'm going to put right over here. All right. And let's go. So we need a 1x8 tall. So we're going to take this and go. Let's see. It's 5, 5. That's a 10. We don't need that. So kids, how do we calculate an 8, 4, and 4? So 1x8. A 1x6. 2 of these 2x4 tall slants. And these are double tall slants. So 1, 2. And then 1 of the tall slants, a 1x2 tall slant with a 1-up slant here. That, just one of them. Okay. So that'll get us what we need. All right. And it looks like we're going to go down 1 right here. We've got, this is going out. So boom, boom, and boom. Pretty simple stuff. Not too shabby. Not too difficult. Lumibricks is good about that. They're not going to make it too difficult. They're going to make it fun and appropriate. It's like one of those like going in, I know it's 16 up because the light kits everything else, but at the same time, it's like, hey, this is not annoying. It's not too much. All right, it's another one of those 2x4 slants tall, double tall. We got one of those and one of these, a 1x2. And it looks like we've got 2 of these hinges. Now we've got a male and female hinge piece here. And that is, instead of being the 1x2 flats, They're the 1x2 talls. Nice and loose. Put that here. And go here, and then one on the top. So I think as this wraps around, it's going to connect so you can have whole curtains where this goes completely around the whole playset, which will be fun. And I think you can remove them as needed as well to get to different sections of the build, which will be cool. All right, here we go. Going over here, we got our, let me make sure it sits right in our camera. There we go. We do have a 1x8. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone right now. So if I grunt or if I go and I grab my back, I just want you to know I've got some sciatica nerve damage right now, and I have been trying to clean the house all morning. And so every time I go to bend down, or like earlier I was trying to get in the car, take my kid to Subway. We're going to get some quick lunch before I stream. And I mean, it was a chore getting up and moving today. So if you hear me grunt, just let you know that's what's going on. I'm in pain. And I'm bending over, but I want to do this. I want to get this set up. I enjoy doing this. So this is like I guess you could say it's like my therapy in the week, right? All right, here we go. So we got a 1x1 flat there. We're going to go ahead and put these in. Have a feeling this is where we're going to be hanging posters and such. We got one here. Another 1x1 with a 90-degree on it. And then a 1x3 at the end. There looks like another 1x8. And that's a 1x8 tall and a 1x8 flat. So... And if you hear my kid in the background, just know it is, hey, Travis, how are you, my man? It's my kid. They're playing, I think they're playing 99 Nights in the Woods. So they're getting wild in there. All right, so we're going to put this 1x8 there. Put that there. All righty. So that's 174. Pretty easy. Easy stuff. And there's a good chance a lot of this we're going to be repeating. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make sure that I'm not like missing. Sometimes they'll have like multiples, like do this 5 times sort of thing. And unfortunately for me, I don't necessarily see that. I tend to be all over the place. So I don't always see, the things I need to see. All right, so right here we got 2 of these 1x, and this is a 1x2 drop. We get the 1x4 drops. These are pretty cool. 1, 2. God, they're squealing in there. Can you hear that? That sounds like they're having a war. It is insane what's going on over the next room. All right, and then the 1x2. Wow. Oh, cool. Lit up all the gifts in their gift gallery. Nice. All right, here we go. Howdy. Gonna lurk while I do stuff around the house. Have fun. Oh, hey, Hal. Nice to have you here. You're doing okay, Travis? Good. Because there's some Ghostbuster event things going on, and I am not there right now. I wanted to make sure I got my live feed in. And last year, normally I went every single year, and that was like my thing to do. But this last year, and I can't remember what it was. I think my kid had basketball or something, and I wasn't able to go the last time. I helped him set up. And then I went and coached basketball. And then after that, I was like, I feel like I missed out. I bought a pen because, I was there kind of in spirit, but it felt very, I don't know, it felt kind of weird not being there at the con that I go to, seems like almost every year. So at that point, I was like, well, I might, kind of call it this that last year might be my year that I've kind of done it. I'm gone, and now I'm, you know, moving on. I love it, and I want to support it, and I try to support it however I can. Usually support it by advertising it, letting people know, hey, in my small little Texas town that I love so much, there's a Comic-Con going on, and I want people to go to it. And, yeah, sometimes that's about all I can do. And if you're interested, if you're in the North Texas area, so like around Dallas region, and you like Ghostbusters, and you want to be a part of the Ghostbusters team, I'm a part of the North Texas Ghostbusters, so you can always find them on Facebook. I believe they're also on TikTok. I believe they might be on YouTube. I'm not sure on that, but they're definitely on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, hit them up there. All right, so we need another 1x8. I got lots of 1x10s here. I have a feeling there's going to be a curtain. It's going to be like a ginormous curtain. 4 and 4. We got a one of these 1x3s. I need a 1x4 tall. There we go. 1x4 tall. Okay. And we're going to go one up here, here, and here. And let's see. Does it look like the picture? It does. So we're trusting the process, right? That means we're on the right path. All right, 176. We're going over to 177. Okay, I know for those kids that are always 6'7" all the time, it's like, no, turn it around, make it backwards. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. No more. You all had me saying, well, I say that. I'm a teacher, so my kids are constantly saying it. And I try to tell them, like, listen, we got to stop. There is some negative connotation to it. I don't necessarily think it's appropriate for school. So I know what it is. And I don't necessarily want to tell, especially my young ones, I don't want to tell them, some of the negative connotation that comes with it. But I'm like, hey, let's stop. And technically you hear it as a teacher right now in school all day long. All day. I mean, if you think the whole brain rot thing is a joke, I mean, not that their brain's rotting, but I hear it all day long. They're like, it's like, all right, kids, go find your stations, go find your tables quietly. We've debriefed. We're 6-7, 6-7. I'm like, oh, Lordy. It's getting ridiculous. All right, here we go. Now 177 here, so that's pretty easy, pretty basic. And now we are moving. Your twin sisters, so feeling weak yesterday? Uh-oh. So what was going on? You were feeling sick? What happened? And hey, hi to your twin sister. So my buddy Travis here, he's on I believe, he's on Twitch right now. So he's streaming from Twitch. And he is a part of our Ghostbuster group. He's a part of North Texas Ghostbusters. He's actually out of Houston. And whenever I get a chance, I want to go visit him, say howdy, and get to hang out with him. And hopefully one day we'll get to do like a Houston con thing where we can go and have the North Texas Ghostbusters there, be able to hang out and visit and do things there. But he said he was feeling sick, and I'm hoping he's okay. If that's the case, man, if you're still sick, I got my prayers out for you. That's never fun. 5, so we need 2 of these. That's a 10. So kiddos in the chat, best way to check Legos, put your thumb on half of your brick, right? If you got 5 and 5, you know that you got a 10. So 2 of those. And then 1 of these. So this is going to go on the end. We're going to put these 2 together. That on the end, and that's going to snap right into place. And I have a feeling these are going to string together and kind of create like a whole thing. Hey, thanks for... I'm good, Brick Wizard. Man, I'm good. I'm enjoying this build so far. This has been a pretty good build. I like this one. This is the one. So this is the one when I got in the affiliates program. Lumibricks sent this one to me because I have a lot of the old West stuff, and so I wanted to get more and more and more. And actually, my birthday's coming up, and I was like, telling my family, I'm like, listen, here's my list. The sheriff's office, the old post office, all those. Like, you are more than willing to shower me with the old West stuff because I'm enjoying this series probably more than I have any other series in a very long time. And I've probably enjoyed this more than I have any of my Lego stuff lately. I actually was about to sell off some of my Lego stuff. If you're not typing it, he had a lot going on yesterday. He'll call you later. Okay, yeah, yeah. Travis, just call me about it. Let me know what's going on. Hopefully you're okay. Hopefully it's nothing that can't be fixed. No, sorry. Yeah, anytime anyone's sick, man, that's the worst. Uh, it keeps you out of work. It keeps you from getting to go do fun things that you enjoy. It's being sick. It stinks. It sucks. And I know, like, back in the day, like, they're working in a school, especially in elementary school. I tend to get sick a little more than I really want to be. But there is a lot of germs going around. So far, I haven't really been sick this year. Knock on wood. And I'm really hoping to keep it that way because last year I went over with my sickness. I ended up in the hospital, had all sorts of things going on, and I kind of attribute it to transitioning back from high school to elementary, and my body was not ready for it. So hopefully things will be a little bit better. Says my device is overheating and may affect your streaming. Try pausing, charging, or cooling down for better performance. I can't tell if it's overheating. Hopefully it's fine. Has stomach bug? Yeah. Those are never fun either. Those are never fun. Well, if hopefully it's just a stomach bug. One time I had colitis. And for those who don't know, colitis is like it's a inflammation of the colon. Not to get kind of gross about it, but it's an inflammation of the colon. It is painful. Probably one of the most painful things I've ever dealt with. And I've had like kidney stones that felt like it was shutting my body down. Did pass them, but colitis was something else. That's not a thing that I ever really want to go back and do again. It was not fun at all. Okay, it looks like this is going to be flipping off on the back. We got this one and this. Oh, I see. Yeah. So we should have a full row on this right here. I invite you to co-host. I'm going to have to decline that one for right now. I'm in the middle of a show, yo. Come on now. Like, I love that you're inviting me, and I'd love to be there, but I want to get this brick building done. All right. So we got this one up here. We got this over here, and I have a feeling we're going to hang posters off of it. So we need one 1x10, 5x5, and then it looks like a 1x10 in these. All right, so this is going to go on top. Boom. And boom. I'm already starting to see a pattern here. So if you look, we got this and this that could almost fit one into the other to create our tent. So we got this one. No, this one. All right. So 182, we're moving over to 183. And then we got our 1x2 hinge flats. So this time, we're going to deal with the top, and we're going to go with the flats. There we go. That's going to snap here. So one of those, and then a 1x6, so 3 and 3. That's going to go right in the center. That's going to go right on the hinge in. I see it now. Moment of truth. I love it when things work out. Boom. Oh. And then we got the side of our tent. So the side of our tent is done. It is hooked together. Can I tell you how much I love these posters? This is, what is this? The bearded lady, Jenny? Alive. Man, Lumibricks, you make me happy. You really do. Good company. Again, you've never heard of Lumibricks, you're a brick builder, you need to start looking into it. For those who are on my live stream for Twitch and YouTube, I've got the link over there. From other friends, the link is actually in my link tree in my shop. Okay, and I believe my TikTok has got my link there. Definitely go check them out. It's a good company. All right, we're on 185 here, so up there on the camera for that, we're going to start a brand new part of curtains. So it looks like we need, oh, there it goes. There's my Satica. 5 5, so that's 1x10, a 1x8, 4 and 4, that's 8, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then 1x2. And these are those, they're like 30-degree slants that go into 1 or 2 pegs. Pretty cool stuff, though. All right, so this one's got the 1x2 on the end. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. There should be a little bit of overlapping, just like that, where we got 1 stud available on the bottom. Feeling better. Just had to rest. Yeah. Man, like I said, stomach bugs are the worst. Hopefully it didn't come from anything you ate, though. Because that's the part where it's not fun. Was it stomach bug or food poisoning? Please say stomach bug. Well, I don't know. Food poisoning sometimes can also be like, if you knew it was like, hey, I got it because of this food, you kind of know never to eat there again. But at the same time, you never know. You never know. All right, so we got a 1x2. That's the 1x2 slanted, too tall. We got this on here, and we're moving on to 187. Chicken strips from Whataburger. That shouldn't do it, man. If the last thing you ate was chicken strips from Whataburger, and you got, I mean, unless there was something in the oil, and that's got to be extremophile, but most of the time that oil is hot enough, it's going to burn anything off, any infectious stuff. At least I think. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know, because I would think that stuff is hot enough that it would not be a problem. I remember working back in the day at McDonald's. Oh man, one of my first jobs was actually working at McDonald's. This was like, I worked for my dad for a long time. He had a manufactured home business, so I worked for him at this place called, like, Angelina Manufactured Homes, like trailer houses, right? And I would clean up, take care of the lot, that sort of thing, where the houses were, open up the houses. And I did this kind of like when I was in high school. And out of high school, I got fired, and I got fired over a girl, to be quite honest, more than anything else. I wanted to go see this girl. My dad said, you're supposed to be working. And I got in an argument with him, teenage angst and such. And he said, fine, you're fired. I'm cutting you off. I was like, what? You can't fire me. And he fired me. I was like, that was the end. So, okay. So I went and I went looking for all these different jobs. Now, I was a skateboarder, so I was like, I'm going to go and I'm going to try to get this job at this, like, it was like Zumiez back in the day, right? Or Zoomies back in the day, but it was not, it was a different skate shop. It was like locally owned. I was like, I know everything about skateboarding. I know how to set up trucks. I know how to build boards, all this. The guy wouldn't hire me because I don't know, wouldn't hire me. I kind of wondered because there were all these like really good looking girls that worked there, but that was like the only part of the staff. I'm like, I kind of have a feeling this guy is. Anyways, definitely brought in some of the boys from the street to come and get boards made. I don't know who big. I got one board made by them. It was awful, and I ended up just building my own boards from there on out. I'd order from Toy Machine and just bring them in, or Creature and bring them in. But I couldn't find a job, and so I was like, well, I'll just hit up McDonald's. And I went and I worked at McDonald's for about 2.5 years before I decided I'm gonna get in college full time. Kind of get my degree set and all this. Well, man, it was a wild ride. We used to have this one woman that came in all the time, and she'd always come in right at the end of our shift, like it was time to kind of go on and close everything down. So she'd come in right at the very end of the day, and she'd be like, I want a 20-piece McNugget. Now, this is when we still had Ben, right? So we didn't make the food as fresh. It was a while back. So we'd call in orders. We'd say, we need, 20 cheeseburgers for this. We need something for this. So that way, when it was time to make the orders, we would go to what's called the hot bin, which is a bin that had all the food. Grab the food, bag it, put it in, take the money, go. Simple stuff. Very simple stuff. So, sad thing is, well, shortly after that, we started to go on to what was called like the live food, where you would have live orders. So people would order their food, and you had a certain amount of time to make it. Everything was timed, and we started this whole program. And I remember being that first group that launched that program. That was back in like 1999, right at 2000 or so. It's a while. So if you're that old and you know. Otherwise, you're like, this is some weird history. So I remember this lady would always come in, like right when we were closing. I'd have the fry station broke down, and I would do counter. I would do fry station. I would do grill, and sometimes I do drive-through. So I was like all over the place. And then I was like interim manager whenever we needed to be. This 17, 18-year-old kid in charge of the store. Well, this lady would come in, and she never wore a shirt. She would wear these overalls, right? It's a big lady, okay? But she would wear the overalls that had the bib that would come up. And yeah, you're bored. Yeah, I was take the 9 and 7 and switch around, Travis. It wasn't 97, it was 79. That's when I was born. So I've been around. But she would wear this bib that would come up, and she never wore a shirt. So her womanness, I guess, was kind of hanging out all over the place. And I don't know if she came in drunk. I'm not sure what, but she'd come in. She would demand, I want a 20-piece, all white meat. And she'd be like staggering and slagging onto the counter, and her, pardon me to say, boobage would basically be hanging on the counter. I'm like, I really don't want to see this. Like, this is so awful. I was like, please. So we would try everything we could to get her out as soon as possible, but we'd go through the nugget bin, and we never had, at the time before they went to all white meat, we had some dark meat McNuggets, we had light McNuggets, and you never could tell. You had to kind of crack them and look. So we'd have to go through and look and find all these different things, and there was one time she demanded fresh made nuggets. And we had just turned off the fry station. I'm like, I cannot believe this. So I was like, well, let's get it heated back up. We're heating it back up, trying to get this lady out so we could move on with our life, finish closing down the store, and get home in a decent hour. That was the thing. It's like, we'd be there for so long. It's like, we'd want to get home as soon as we could. And she would kept, you know, complaining. We'd got our box. She complained about this isn't all white meat. I'm like, oh, come on. So in a rush to get the nuggets in a vat quickly, boom, get it down the fryer, get it moving, I hit this wax pencil that was on the side of the it was on like the side of the pie machine, because you had to write with a grease pencil on the pie machine to mark the times that you put the pies in. This pencil goes pop, 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 and bounces and basically falls in the vat, in the bottom of the vat. And I go, well, that's that. And so we cooked this thing with this grease pencil. And I remember we cooked it. We got it out. You know, it took about, it was about 10 minutes to get this thing, you know, fried up and everything. And she would tend to eat in front of us, or eat some of it. So she ate some of it, and she goes, she had like one nugget, ate it. She's like, that's so good, with everything hanging out and everything. I'm like, good, I'm glad you like it. There's the door. And I didn't see her for a while after that. She did come back through, but I'm wondering if she got sick to her stomach because she had eaten like a wax pencil nugget. I wonder if that caused some problems. Yeah, no. Me and Zort, yeah, we are the same age. Yeah, this lady was something else. Bless her heart, man. I pray for her, man. I hope she's okay. Crazy, crazy, crazy old lady. Man, I cannot believe. Here's the thing, though. That whole ordeal with her and the, oh man, that nugget stuff. That was like the bane of my existence. Sometimes where I'd be like, really? Come on now. All right, so we're at 194 up on my cam video up here. We've got 194 here. This is going to sit right in these two sprocket holes. So we're going to put one here, and then we should be able to, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, we're going to set it flat first. Flat. Oh, no. How is that working? It might be too much bend on this table here. Okay, and I think that can turn and build like that. Here, I'm going to lift it up. I'm going to press those in. I heard something pop off. I'm about to pop off on this set. Nah, I'm just playing. All right, there we go. We got the poster in. So, we turn it this way and look. We're going to look on the camera and also there so you can kind of see. We've got the world's greatest shows posters up here. We got Jenny the bearded lady. We got, you know, some stuff in the back here in the dressing room. So we've got some pretty cool stuff. And now we got kind of the side of our tent. So looking good. Looking good. All right. 194 is done. We're going over to 199. So Travis, it's the gross emoji because of the wax pencil chicken McNugget, or how she was treating us and acting, because I could almost do the puke emoji on both. Like, again, she'd come in, it's like, come on, wear a shirt. Like, put a shirt on. Nobody ain't nobody want to see that, okay? Nobody. Oftentimes I kind of wondered, like, yeah, both. Oftentimes I kind of wonder if she thought that she was like, you know, I'm good looking stuff. I was like, hey, you know, you are to someone, but in here right now, we're just not vibing with you. We're not vibing with you. And I never wanted to lead that person on or make them believe anything. And I'm hoping that they never did. Again, though, I hope they're okay. I pray that they got everything they needed in life. All right, so I missed something here. So look, I got 199, I got 2,000. This says to stick it to something. I have no idea what I did. So let's walk backwards. Aha, looky there. I went from 93 to 199. That happens a lot with me, you know. All right, so we got 199 done. Let's take a 1x10. Oh, I'd like to blame my brain. It doesn't always function at its peak. I'd like to say it's because I'm old, but I don't think it's that either. I think I get too excited. That's probably what it is. I get too excited, not really pay attention to what I'm supposed to do, and yeah, I have a hard time. So all my friends that just joined, Roy, Tim, Ronaldo, hey, Brick Wizard, obviously. Glad that you all are here. I'm streaming on both, so my first time on TikTok, so I'm trying to figure out like where everything is. I'm going from my phone, but then a computer setup as well, and so your new pack. So Travis, you got a new pack. That's right. You got to order the Alice frame. We're going to order from. I know that there were some people. There was a online Ghostbusters community that was doing the right size Alice frames for the packs that came with hardware. And I'm trying to remember who all did that. That was like, it wasn't Ghost Labs. It might have been Franking Geek that was doing that. But I know I would hit up like the Army Navy stores. I ended up having to order mine because it was a smaller pack. So my proton pack, I've got it like up on the. I don't think you can see it on there or there, but I got my proton pack up. It's one of the first generation Spirit packs, so it's the 85% size. Now, what's weird is that the pack itself was 85% of the size. The Neutrona one was really like 60% of the size, so it's really small. Yeah, Ghost Labs does take forever to restock their stuff. You got it on Amazon? It's actually where I got my pack piece. So I needed a smaller Alice frame, so I ended up ordering my Alice frame from Amazon and putting like basically like fitting my pack together. And over the years, that thing has changed. I had at one point a slime blower because I have Ghost Labs, which is Spongeface McGee, and he has it to where you can change, you know, the mode. You can go slime mode or regular mode. And so I had it as slime mode / regular mode for a long time with a slime blower thing on the side. Ended up taking all that stuff down and eventually made it to where it is an 84, more of an 84 accurate pack. Some elements of 82, but I ended up, Taco Belly had like some printable pieces for an 85 that I had gotten. I had the city didn't print it for me, and then I cut that thing out. I remember teaching high school and was teaching a lesson while I was sanding stuff, and I had a few kids that they had a hard time keeping their hands busy doing work. So what I did is I had them sanding parts from my proton pack. I was like, here, it's like, sand this for me. His name was Deacon. Good kid. Good kid. I miss him. I kind of, you know, there are times, you know, I get done with one school, I'll move or I'll, you know, change like my environment here or there, and I wonder how those kids fared. But I think at the point, like I think he had graduated the year I left, so his sister was still there. They got a whole family. Loved them all. They were great. Absolutely great. Tall, too. This kid was tall. He was like 6'2" in high school. Pretty tall. I won't be able to do a stunt pack just yet. My thing is right now I'm trying to figure out where to put all this stuff. So I'm not bringing in anything extra just yet. But when, especially if we're looking at doing some filming, I'll definitely be ordering a stunt pack at one point from you. So a stunt pack, for those who don't know, in the Ghostbuster world, is basically an all foam pack. It makes it, it's light. It's easy to wear. Sometimes they come with light, sometimes they don't. But the idea is that you have this pack that is easy to wear, light. You can keep it on for a lot longer. So if you're doing like a con or convention or parade, they're really good in parades. You can wear the stunt pack and it's not wearing down your back the whole time, which is kind of important when you're doing Ghostbuster stuff. Like if you're meeting someone you're going to be in your pack for a short while, have a regular pack on, because you know, like my pack is probably like 25 pounds, I think, with like the motherboard and everything else that's on there. It gets kind of heavy. So a stump pack or a foam pack, yeah, 1-to-1 scale weight, pack and lightweight one, yeah, it's it makes it so much easier to carry like a stump pack, or like a pack that has foam in it, instead of a heavy pack that's got all the electronics and battery bricks and things like that. Makes it so much easier to travel with. Oh, oh, there goes my sciatica. Oh, hold on, peoples. We got one. Looking for the other side, too. And it looks like we're kind of getting to an end of bag 4 here, which is nice. So we'll probably be heading over to bag 5 here in a minute. So we'll put that down here. And then we drop that on top. $202, we're now going to $203. I just want to take a moment. I want to thank everyone for showing up today. Like, I know it's not the easiest thing sometimes for some people, but showing up to come see my silly face with my braids and my weird mustache, and hear me chatting about, you know, I guess my silly life, I appreciate that. That means the world to me. And I just want to say to you all, I love you all, and I'm hoping that your day is a blessing. I know some of you are sick. I've already been chatting with you about that. I hope and pray that you get better. But I do thank you for showing up. That means the world to me right now. Alright, so we got this and this. And now we're going to set them up. One, we got that 1x1 drop with a 90. A 1x2. A 1x1 drop with a 90. And a 1x3. And then we're going to top it off with a 1x10 tall. Boom. Looky there. Found them on Facebook Marketplace. I was like, oh, that's nice. Like a pack mentioned me back. So we started Ghostbusters group, became best friends. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I can't remember. So when I joined the North Texas Ghostbusters, it was one of those where I had tried starting a group for Denton, and it was the real Ghostbusters of Denton, Texas. So I was playing on the real Ghostbusters thing of it, and kind of like playing in on that. And I was like, well, you know, what the kick will be is that, you know, we'll do local things for Denton specifically. And so I was like, we'll have it where it's specifically for Denton. We'll do this. And I had, you know, Mara was in our group. Zach was in our group, and there were lots of things going on. And I can't, at the time, I think I was working in Arlington. So I was traveling from Denton to Arlington. So if you're in Texas, especially North Texas, you'll know that's like that's like traveling across the DFW. So I think it took me about, in the mornings getting there, it wasn't quite so bad. It took about an hour. But getting home, it could take up to 2 hours to get home, because you had to go around the airport and everything. And I mean, it was a nightmare. And so I started to kind of drop out of my own group, and I didn't manage it well. I'm not a very good management person. And so Zach actually had gone off to, he found Chris, and I can't remember how he found him, but they had started he was helping with the first members of the North Texas Ghostbusters group. And Chris, the guy who is in charge of our Ghostbuster group, he manages it really well. I'm actually very surprised. We're lucky to have him as a manager, because I don't do well as management at all. So anyways, they had sent me, and I can't remember how, but they sent me a message saying, hey, you know, would you like to come and meet up with us for this. And I'd gotten a message from Zach, and went and found that, hey, Zach had left our group, because I was like, I kind of need to dissolve it. We're not doing anything, and no one's really saying anything, and I'd been trying to get, you know, stuff going on. And I I get a call to come up, and it was a Halloween convention in Irving. And so I go dressed in full gear, and I meet with them. And I'm like, hey, how are you? And all this. And absolutely, the first time I was in, I'd already decided this is a group I need to be in, because they were managed. They knew how things were working. They made stuff very easy. And I've been hitting up, a lot of their stuff. Um, Now over the years, I can't even remember how long I've been with them. See, when I was Travis says, see, when I was starting my group, I didn't realize everyone was spread out. Jeff and I, trying to think of a group name one day, said this man in the group's secret group club. So me and Jeff was like, how do we call each other Ghostbusters Brotherhood? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. For people that are in the Ghostbuster like the Ghostbuster groups, it is like a brotherhood or a sisterhood, or like, we come together, we do things together, and we try to bring the joy of Ghostbusters, and even like cosplay together. Like my group, they allow me to do crossover with like Star Wars, Ghostbusters. I've got one suit that I love to wear, and it completely hides me. So it might not seem that way, but I'm a little shy. Okay, you're gonna be like, well, wait. The counteract to that is I've never gotten tested, but I might be a little ADHD. My wife thinks so. I'm like, okay. But the thing is that one counteracts the other. And so I can be outspoken and can seem like it's really easy for me to meet anyone. But at the same time, my brain is screaming, run away, run away! Because there are times when I get frustrated, like meeting new people, or I don't know what to say, or I get very nervous. And so right now, like even with our school, we're learning about courage, and we're learning about like what it means to be courageous and to do the right thing, and one of the stories was, the kids showing up to school for the first time, having been a school where they knew everyone, and all of a sudden being in a school where they knew nobody. And so the idea was that they had to be courageous because they knew they had to go to school, but they didn't know, didn't know anyone. So they hoped, and we defined what hope was. We hoped that what we would do, or how we hoped that the day would be better because of the fact that we were looking at, or we were wanting a, how was it put? The hope was that I lost my train of thought. No, hold on. I got it. The hope was that we'd get something good out of it in the end. So we defined what that was, and that meant that they would hope that their day would become good, that they would meet some people, and that they would become better people in the long run. I guess it's a short way of putting it. Seems kind of weird. I butchered that. I'm so sorry. I butchered that. That was awful. That's really bad. I'm sorry. All right, moving on. You found Chris on Facebook. On the Ghostbusters Brotherhood. Like you to meet him. He says, sure. Meet y'all in person. Yeah, very shy. Meet up with Chris. So was that, Travis? Was that at the Fan Expo, or last one that we had together? Because I apologize. I was a bit of a sweaty mess. I was a sweaty mess because of the fact that I had been inside that suit all day. Man, I love my Zuckuss suit. So for those who don't know, I went this year. I did a Zuckuss Star Wars crossover. So Zuckuss is a male Gand. He is a bug-looking creature. Yeah. Oh, 2024. That was the year before. That was the one that I missed. I missed it because my kid he had like some sort of rehearsal thing that was going on that he was doing, and I could not make it. That was the one that had McKenna Grace. I really, really wanted to go. The guy who has the North Texas Ecto was there. I really wanted to go to that. I was so bummed when I missed it. And I actually, because had, I was going to get tickets and then couldn't get tickets. Or no, I was going to get tickets and ended up having to cancel them. That's what it was. Because I knew that there was just no way to get there. Because every year I try to buy the tickets for Fan Expo early. And there are times I'm kind of wondering, like, if I really, every year I question, do I really want to do this? Because it's the parking, and then, you know, the cosplay. You're like, oh, I'm going to be hot and sweaty all day. I'm going to, I'm going to have cramps in my back, and I'm not going to be able to do this and this. But every year I end up going because I really, really enjoy it. So I don't know. Maybe this next year, maybe I can do like a live stream from there. That'd be fun. It's all Chris. Join. Yeah, join the photo. Man, I saw you in the. Hey, you know what? Like my glasses, I'm a little green with jealousy right now, Trev. Because I saw you in the photos. Like, ah, oh, come on. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's and in the I think Nick and a couple other people from the Ghostbusters Texas Rangers edition were there too. I'd have liked to have gone there. I'd like to have met McKenna Grace. I think that'd have been kind of cool. I loved her in The Conjuring. So the last Annabelle Conjuring movie, like I liked that one too, and I loved her role in that. I thought that was really cool. And oh man, I can't remember. She's been so much. She's been in a ton of movies at this point. Very talented actress. She's actually from the North Texas area, if I remember correctly. I can't remember from where around here, but she is from around here. All right, and then we got that snaps on top. So 1x10 or 1x8, I should say, to top it off. We get 1x4, a 1x3. These two, we've got one of those left over. Make sure I didn't miss one out of here. That would have been sad if I'd been like, oh, hey, we're moving on. And I'm like, I missed a brick in there. I guess if you miss a brick, can you say brick? Don't. Don't. Don't encourage me. Don't encourage me. All right. So, 214. We're going over to 215. We're going to be connecting our gigantic wall together. So now we've got our other side of the curtain. We got this and this. When I say the other side of the curtain, I'm almost feeling like the Great Wizard of Oz here. 215, pretty simple. 216. Now we got our posters. So, this time for our posters, we get a fortune teller, Lady Mira. Sees all and knows all. That's kind of cool. Next famous person, let's see. I'll grab you bread. Yeah, man. Treat me. Now, I've got a picture. I've had it forever, and I need to put it up. But I've got a picture of me, and I mean, it's old, okay? I have short hair. My beard is like brown. There's no gray in it whatsoever. And I'm standing like this with Jason David Frank when he was doing his tour as the Green Ranger for the Expo stuff years and years and years ago. So I'd met him, and actually I had kind of chatted with them off and on just through messages, like, hey, but awesome, man, thanks a lot, sort of thing. I mean, he didn't know me. Okay, let's get that out of your head. He did not know me. He knew me as the guy who made a picture that he really liked and thought it was funny. That's how I actually ended up down there. So I had made this poster, and I don't even know if I can find the poster anymore, but I made this poster, and it was like the Green Ranger, and he was like holding like it was like a Big Mac, and it was the Blue Ranger, and he had like punching forward, and he had like these French fries, and behind it was like red, and it had almost like a gold, like one golden arch, kind of getting past the idea of like making sure that we didn't have any copyright issues, sort of thing. Well, what it was is I called it Happy Meal Rangers because I was thinking back when I was a kid, and they had the Power Rangers Happy Meal thing, and you could buy like the Rangers in the bags. So they were the three-quarter inch 5 POA points of articulation action figures, and you had all the Rangers from the movie, like a little Zord that was like a car that you got on, and you could kind of move them. Nothing really big out of it. And I love the series, and actually, that's one series I ended up. Those got donated with all my stuff, and I would love to get those back. And eventually, I'll kind of look, and I have nowhere to put them right now. So, I digress. So, thinking back and harping on my childhood and enjoying the Power Ranger stuff when I was a kid, and enjoying I say kid, I was more like a young man at this point when Power Rangers came out. I was in high school / middle school, and I remember I'd rush home to see him. But Tommy was always my favorite. He was usually everybody's favorite. Long hair, don't care, coolest dude in the world. Kind of how people viewed him. And he was started off as the bad boy that had the redemption story that everyone loved. And so for me, I really loved his character, and loved what he meant for the series. I thought that the guy was really cool. And so when I made this picture, I made it with that in mind, that hey, this is a guy that loves Green Ranger, the White Ranger, what he did movie wise, and he loves chatting and doing stuff with fans. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna draw this picture, and I had it selling at my booth because I was there as a comic book artist. And his handler came down. I think her name was Jenna. Came down, was like, "Hey, Mr. Frank would love to see this. Can I have one? Can he have one?" I was like, "Yeah, it's a dime a dozen. Please give him one." So, "You want me to sign or anything?" She's like, "I don't know. I'll just take the poster." I'm like, "Okay." So she took the poster to his booth. The next thing I know, she comes down, and it's like another guy. And it's like, "We need you to come with us." And I was like, "Oh God, what did I do?" Like, I thought I was in trouble. Like, I seriously thought I was in trouble. And we're actually on 219, so I'm gonna go ahead and, because we're on bag 5, I'm gonna go ahead and open up bag 5. And come to find out, what happened was he absolutely loved the artwork, and was calling me up to say thank you for the artwork and kind of chat with me. He's like, "Do you want a poster?" I was like, "Sure." And he's like, "Here, I'll sign it for you. What do you want me to sign?" It's like, "What's your name?" I was like, "Taylor." And he goes, "Hey, Taylor, thanks for being such a big fan." Had it, Jason David Frank and everything. And he gave me like it was like Go Green Ranger sticker. And he's like, "That's awesome." He's like, "Whoa, take a picture with me, man." It's like, "I'd love to have a picture with you. This is awesome." And so he took a picture. We both squared up like we were about to punch. And he kind of gave me like this, like, kind of like quick hug. It's like, "Man, the artwork's really cool." He's like, "I thank you a lot." He's like, "I hope you have a blessed day." And then kind of sent me off. And I was like, that was such a cool interaction. I was like, I absolutely love this. And so when I heard about him when he had this incident and he had passed away, it hit me kind of hard. That was a really tough moment for me, because I did, not that he was my first celebrity, but he was my first celebrity that it seemed like it mattered. That was someone I grew up with, that I looked up to, that I really enjoyed, and that I had met. And I think for me, that was a tough one. I need to drag the puzzle piece. Let's see. Oh, which one am I doing? This one. There you go. Okay, for some reason, TikTok's making me do a puzzle. Who would have thought, right? All right, so we're on the cast of The Mummy. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'd love to see more Universal Monster stuff come up. I'd like to see some more of that. All right, so we are on 219, and we're going to be turning this bad boy, looks like around. So, that that goes here. This is now going to turn this way. Now this set is huge, by the way. It's got some beef to it. It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger as we've gone. And we are going to take this here. Now, this is a router brick, for those who don't know. And a router brick is basically, it will allow these to plug in, power source come in so it can power everything. So it's going to help alternate all the currents around. So it looks like we're going to be setting this right here on the end down here. And I'm looking to see, it's going to go right there. And then all of our plugs are going to plug in. Now, they did not send me with tweezers. I actually have this from the, was Funhole / Lumibricks Cheese Farm. And I've held on to them ever since because, and I like that sound, because of the fact that it's easier to move plugs into place with these tweezers. So I'm gonna get down and nerdy with it here in a minute. So give me a second. Kind of set them into place. And for anyone who's been following the channel, so, you know, I broke the battery pack on my cheese farm. And I had reached out to Lucas, who is the customer representative for Lumibricks / Funhole. He's been with them for a while. So much to the point that there's a survey set that came out that actually has a minifig of Lucas. I actually did pick up that set recently, and I think I built it on, I think I streamed it. Well, I didn't stream it, but I did show like a quick build of it, I think on TikTok and YouTube and probably Instagram as well. If you're on Facebook and you follow me there, or you know me from there, then you probably also saw it there. But the little orange figure in the center, that is supposed to be Lucas. And he's been with them for a while. So I had reached out because I had put in a request for a battery pack to get fixed. And I'm going to check this real quick. I had put in for a request for a battery pack to get fixed. I got word back that they were working on it. They were going to get it settled. And then never heard anything back. And it had been a little bit past 10 days, which is kind of like their working time. And so I contacted them on WhatsApp. It's like, hey, you know, what's happening? And he's like, oh. He's like, you know what? He's like, send me a picture of the piece, and I'll get that in the mail right away. And it came in no more than 3 days later. It's in, actually shipped out of Capel, which I thought was kind of weird. But yeah, it came in a little baggie. Got it set. Cheese Farm is up and going. It's got the battery pack on it. It looks phenomenal. It's... I cannot talk enough good things about this company. So, if a part breaks, you need to get it fixed, reach out to customer service. They have an excellent customer service. Again, I wouldn't use them and I wouldn't talk about them on this level if I didn't believe that they were, if they weren't any good. I'm not going to put my name and my stamp on something that's not good. I'll give you that much for sure. All right, so here we go. We are on 220. We've got, let's see, a 1x6, two of these 1x2s with a 90 on it, and we're going to go with a 1x6 here. So we're going to snap this across, and then a 1x4 flat smooth on the other side. So that's going to go here. And this is going to go on the top of our circus tent. Pretty cool. All right, now moving over to, oh my goodness, 2:21, and we're gonna start putting some bars together. How are we on time? 1 hour and 10. We're doing good. We're doing good. We might actually get further than bag 6 today. I can only hope. Well, I think you know, the first 3 bags took so long, A, because there were so many bags, but B, I think some of it happened because of the fact that it was also, we had the the light kit that we had to install. And it takes a minute with those light kits because you want to make sure you don't pinch a wire, you don't want to mess anything up. So with those, it's, you got to get it. With Ron, oh, you said for you it's Ron Perlman, so like you're that first kind of like big meet. So Travis was saying that his first big super meet was Ron Perlman, and actually, you know, I had seen Ron Perlman growing up in a ton of things and didn't even realize it was him because he was always like the character monster actor or whatever. So I didn't realize that that was Ron Perlman as the Beast with Lyndall Hamilton in Beauty and the Beast. Didn't know that for years. And then, of course, City of Lost Children, when I got into Jean-Pierre Jeunet and looking at his work, I would see that. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Never really took a lot of stock in Ron Perlman. Never realized that there was like, Ron Perlman was in a ton of other things as well. Yeah, sign your Hellboy book. Now, I have... So when Hellboy first came out, I got it was like the DVD. It was like a big DVD block book set, and I loved it. Like I enjoyed it in the theater. I enjoy the comic a lot. So I've got, I think it's like 10 or 12 volumes of Hellboy. Like, and it's the old trade paperback. So I'd got those whenever I could. Abe Sapien. I've got like a couple volumes of that. The Drowning, Lobster Johnson. BPRD, like I love those series. Well, so when the movie came out, I was like really excited, especially because of how they had shown Rasputin. I liked the way that they dealt with Rasputin and the opening the portal and the whole end of the world scenario with that. Like I loved it. I didn't necessarily like his relationship with Liz Sherman, because it wasn't as comic accurate, but like seeing Abe Sapien, Ethio-Sapien, all that, like I loved all that. But I got, it was a collector's edition that came with a book that was a kind of a remake of the book that Rasputin carries, a journal that has the name of Agnunun Rama, Hellboy's name in it. And it's got like all the weird, you know, writings and stuff. And I picked that up when I was working at Walmart years ago. I used to work in like the electronics department when I was in California. I was actually in San Diego, and I picked that up, and that was my Hellboy. So I've got that. It's got like a making of DVD and a bunch of other stuff. I haven't replaced it since, but I love that book and the DVD set and everything. I think it's really cool. Saw the movie as a kid. My dad wasn't the biggest fan of his name. Yeah, I could see that. I could see him going, not quite sure about this Hellboy fella. But you know, in the story, like you had to kind of watch the story, and you realize that he was meant for something worse. It's a little bit of a redemption story, right? So he was meant for something worse, and he's trying instead to do good. He's trying to fight on the side of light, which is awesome. It's awesome. All right. So we've got this. I'm guessing this might be... I'm actually not sure what this is going to be. So we're going to figure this out. I was okay with the reboot. I think my problem with the reboot is that it was... You know, there's gore and there's violence in the movie, or I'm sorry, in the comic book. But there was just, it was a little too much, I think, for me in the reboot. It was a little too graphic, and that bothered me quite a bit. All right, so I'm looking over here. It looks like I might have missed something. I'm not going to say I did, but I feel like I missed something. Or maybe I need to go to the back. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, oh my goodness. I'm looking at this direction here, and I'm like, I don't see it. We're actually at the front of the building. Okay. So these are going to go on the end right here. Boom. And boom. They're the 1x1s with a peggable hole, and they're going to snap right into the front here. And then we've got these that are sitting upright. So here, I'm going to kind of scoot it over so we can see right here on the camera. So we've got these that are pegged up, and it looks like right here, this goes right across the front. So we should have something up there that we're going to see here in a minute. Let's see. I'm going to look real quick. Hopefully, I'm really hoping I'm not missing any messages. If you all have sent me messages and I haven't talked to you, I'm really sorry. That's from my TikTok. I know I've been told my dad Hellboy was a good guy who was raised Catholic. Yeah, he was. Well, technically he was, right? And that's why he wanted to fight for the side of good with Professor Broom. But just to let you know, I know I'm getting my messages here on Restream for my live stream here, but if I'm missing TikTok, I apologize. I really am. My first time live streaming on TikTok today. I'm bound to mess up, right? And if I do, I want you to love me just as much and just forgive me because I'm a mess. Travis knows I'm a mess. And if you don't, you do now. All right, so we got a 1x6. Again, with the 1x6s, how do we know it's a 1x6? Well, if it's smooth, we don't have pegs to count. So you flip it over. In between each peg will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in between 6 pegs. That makes your 1x6. So right there. Boom. 1x6, a 1x4, same thing, but only 3 this time. So we got 1 and 1. We got 1, 2, 3 of these wonderful 1x2s that are at a 90. A 1x8. Let's see. 4, 1x8. And then, of course, a 1x4, which is right over here. Okay. It's like we got a 1x8. We're stacking a 1x4 on top. We're going to put 1, 2 of these beautiful 1x2s. We got our 4 across on this side. We got our 6 on this side. And then we're going to drop one more of these 1x2s with a 90 on it right there. So that way we got it set. Okay. All right. We are moving to this over here. And this is going to top right over here, right? Yeah. Beautiful. So it's got an overhang that comes out here that's going to cover this portion right here. How cool is that? Man, Lumibricks thinks of everything. I love them. Like I said, I would not stand behind this company if I didn't believe in their product. That is an absolute truth right there. Amen to that. Which, if you don't know, amen in Hebrew means truth. All right, we're on 228. Looks like we're doing the same thing, but now on the other side. So that 1x8, we got 4 and 4, a 1x4 in here. Oh, I know it's in here somewhere. Well, you know what? Let me find my other ones. We got 1, 2, and 3, a 4, and a 6. And now I just kind of dig for the 1x4 in here. I know it's in here somewhere. Might be underneath. There was, what was it? It was for those who've been around the Temu Vampire Stagecoach. I built that not too long ago, right? Of course, I have no idea what to brand it as. It's Temu. But I was like, I'm missing this one stick thing, and it's awful. It's not gonna, it's bad because you can't find it anywhere. You can't do this, and come to find out, it was there the whole time, but it was stuck in the bottom. It was like a 2x4 like tall brick, and I was like, it's been there the whole time. Just need to find it. And we had extra parts. Like on that Temu Vampire set, I had enough that I started building. It was like a little crazy bat altar thing. It was kind of weird. All right. This is going to go over here. It's going to cover this. And that's going to peg in the top. And now we got that settled. All right. 229. Done. So we are now moving over to 230. 230. It looks like we're going to start hanging some stuff here. So we've got, you stay right up there. It looks like we got two of these. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then 2 of these half circles. Half circles, half circles. So we're starting to build some decor stuff up here. We do get some more. Ooh, we get a Wild West Rodeo Show sign. I dig it. And keep in mind, what I like about these sets is that all the parts are printed. So they look phenomenal. They really do. Good company. That should be a 1x8. And I'm guessing it's the cream colored one. So let's find our 1x8 in here. And it's a 1x8 flat. Let's check it over. 3, 3, and 1. That's 7. That's your 1x8. If you know, you know. If you don't know, well, now you know. And like they say with G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. I actually mentioned that the other day to someone because we had a we have a thing where we're doing like they're like houses for our school. So like we got Solivare, Altruismo. It's a Ron Clark thing. And what it is that, you know, we come together, we celebrate the kids, we kind of get them, you know, pumped up for wanting to be in school and do things. And it kind of helps with some of the management of behavior, things like that, because giving them purpose. And like my house is the uplifting house. So we've got my house is all about like raising up the kids, and you know, the kids that are chosen for this house, you know, possibly also raise up kids and, you know, encourage them, do things like that. Had one girl that was in a house, hers was Amistad, and she was upset because, you know, she's like, it's red, I don't like red. I'm like, hey, but you know what, like your house is all about friendship, and friendship is the most amazing thing that you can have. Let's see. Oh, you shared. Hey, thank you, Ghost Gear Emporium. Thank you for sharing that out. Need to pick up on these buildings. Yes, dude. These kits are legit. Like, they are the best. So Lumibricks is definitely they had a. So I feel bad. So Ghost Gear Emporium. I'm guessing you got some Ghostbuster vibe to you here. They had, it was a haunted house set that came. It came and went, and I really wanted to get it. And it's got like a non-official Ghostbuster, like no Ghost Moogly on the side of like their little car and everything. And I really wanted to pick it up, but I missed on the pre-order, and right now it's sold out. So I'm gonna wait until they kind of get stocked back in. Hopefully it's not like a one and done. They're not doing it anymore, sort of thing. But I really wanted to pick up that set, and I felt bad that I didn't get it as soon as I could, being in a Ghostbuster group and not picking it up. I was like, dude, you have done a disservice to your Ghostbuster name. You know that? So, oh yeah, so going back to the kids, what happened is that they decided, they're like, hey, we're going to meet in your art room. Now, this is a school-wide thing. My art room houses maybe 40 kids tops, along with an adult, but we've got 10 adults and almost 100 something kids in this one house. And so it was a mess, but I managed, I guess, because some of the lure of it was that, you know, we were in my space, so I was able to get some clarity on what's going on, help them kind of figure out where kids need to go, and move kids around. And we had a pretty okay time. You know, we got to do the dances and stuff. And anyways, one teacher's like, you know, that was a mess and we can't do that again. I was like, but you know what, it's like the cool thing is now we know. And I was like, just like G.I. Joe would say back in the day, when you know, knowing is half the battle, always. And that's, I live by that line. Once you know, it's half the battle. You can move on from there, and you can grow and do what you need to do. So as I'm trying to grow on TikTok and my live stream with Twitch and all that, YouTube, trying to figure things out, I'm going to make mistakes. And once I know about those mistakes, I correct them. I grow. I move on. And knowing is half the battle. All right, so now we're on 236. We got a 2x4. We got it's a 1x2 with a 2-up smooth stud. Like me, right? Smooth stud. No, don't encourage me. Do not encourage me. Lives get better and better. Yeah, I hope so. Woo! I love Lumibricks. All right, so we've got this here. We're going to put one here. This goes on the bottom. So I'm guessing this is like drapery that's going to be going around this thing. Oh, and then we get to put our rodeo show. So we got rodeo show. We got one. Let's see. 2. 3 of those. One of these, and then a 1x2 smooth right here. Nope, wrong one. Oh, Taylor, you're killing me, dog. There we go. And this is going to go on the top. So we've got one. It's like a little drape. The engineering of this so far is just downright, like, it's beautiful. Beautimous stuff. I love it. Like life on the farm, man. Every day is a paycheck. Every meal's a banquet. I love the core. Taping those. Yeah, please. Give me the 10K. I'm not gonna know what to do with myself. You guys are gonna make me make more videos? What? Stop that. Nah, stop it. Don't do that. No, you do what you need to do, man. I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate the love and the shouts and all that. All right, so this looks like, I'm guessing this is going to sit right onto here. That's a little weird. You know what? Let me go back a step. Because I'm sensing I have missed something. Yeah, here we go. This goes over one. So now this goes 1, 2, and 3. And now we got ourselves a movable curtain. Yes, sir. Now let's go back over to 238 and now on 239. I know last week I had talked about when I was a kid and I had gone to the circus. And actually, like, my fear of clowns comes from, you know, meeting a clown way back in the day and me being afraid of them. And it had nothing to do with the clown itself. So if if you are afraid of clowns, I feel your pain. I really do. But I have realized that for me, it wasn't necessarily the fear of the clown. It was the eyes, man. So, like, for me, it was the eyes. I remember way back in the day watching The Incredible Hulk. And I think I talked about it last week, but the Bill Bixby show where, you know, he's traveling the road and he's, you know, they got the music, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. And every time he'd get mad or he would change, especially in the opening scene, and he had those eyes and he would just stare. I'm gonna do it here. Here you go. He's shaking. Oh, and his eyes are just getting like white and weird. It used to freak me out. And so I finally kind of broke it down that what I was afraid of with this clown had nothing to do with the clown. Because I remember watching the clown, enjoying it. It was a Barnum circus. And if the guy who was the clown, if I yelled at you, I apologize. I really do. I'd love to meet you if you were still alive. But it wasn't the guy that was the clown. It was the fact that, you know, our eyes are not white. You know, they're kind of peachy color. You know, we got blood vessels in there, all sorts of stuff. As you get older, it looks, you know, more, more kind of bloodshot and stuff over the years. And so what I was afraid of was that his makeup was so white and his eyes were dark and red, and it freaked me out. Come to find out, it was not what I'm not afraid of at all is the eyes, what I'm afraid of. Or not the clown, I'm afraid of the eyes portion. Alright, so we're going to snap this side piece onto here. And I'm going to have to turn this around here for the camera, because this is some hot stuff right here. So we're going to push that down. So what they've done is we've got this peggable section out here, right? Where we have this peg here. And then we've built this so it snaps up on top. I just lost my poster. I'll get it in a minute. And then this comes down and fits right at the top of this base right here. So it bunches out and it creates a nice outside of tent look. And that's pretty sharp. I will say I like the poster part in here. I might have done, instead of a 1x1 with the brick going down, I might have done a 1x2 with the brick going up. And that was to add like a little bit more backing to these, because these little posters in here tend to break off if you're grabbing it the wrong way. So with that one, that'd be my first suggestion. I'm just kind of putting it out there because eventually I'm going to have to do a review of this and talk about like all this stuff. So the feedback aspect of it, I'm keeping notes because I'll have to go back and watch this and listen to how silly I sound half the time, right? All right. Let's see. Still going strong on my other channels here. Still going strong on TikTok. I'm looking to see. You shared live with more than 10 friends, man. You're doing great. I thank you on that. Makes me feel special. And I don't feel very special very often. I'm not a special person, so I thank you. That means the world to me. That means that if you all are liking what I'm putting out, I'll make sure I put out more. That sounded really wrong, didn't it? I'm so sorry. And we got kids watching. Shame on me. All right, got a 1x6 here. We got a 1x6 here. I know it's 6 because we got 5 spaces in between. And then a 1x4 right there. So we're good to go. I'm bad, man. I'm bad. I need some help. I really do. My wife would tell me, she's like, you know, you're wrong for that. I am. Or as my kids would tell me, they'd be like, you're doing too much. Yep. I apologize. I do. I apologize. I was wrong. Very wrong. Hey, Bearded Brick, how are you? You're back on. Oh, it's Eric. Hey, I knew you. Man, Eric, are you doing the con today? Are you up at the Denton Expo? Sorry I'm not there. I mean, I'm like right down the street. It's like I'd love to go, but also wanted to make sure I was getting this stuff done. My big thing right now is because I know that I'm on the clock for getting it done. I also have to get this review set for them. So it's like the more I get built, the faster I get the review to them, and you know they might send me more. You have a football game and band showcase today. Bam! Love it. Oh man. So Eric is one of my buddies, also from the North Texas Ghostbusters. I love that group, man. It's really, if you ever have a group that feels like family, that is our North Texas Ghostbusters group. I got Eric on here. I got Travis on the other line over there. I'm sure I got some others, but like I said, it's like family. I love these people so much. They definitely they love the love from that group is something else. It really is. It's a great group. I've got some stuff coming up with them here pretty soon. We're doing we do a 31 days of Halloween. So if you're ever in Denton, Texas, or the Denton, Texas area, We do 31 days of Halloween where we're helping out the city of Denton. They have 31 days of programming for Halloween based stuff. And we help them out. This will be our second year helping them out on things, and absolutely love it. We got things from ghost hunts to new brewery stuff coming out. I mean, it's cool stuff. So if you like that and you want to see our schedule, you can always hit up Ghost Gear Emporium. I know he's posted the schedule. The North Texas Ghostbusters, is it the North Texas Ghostbusters? I'm trying to remember which one, but there's another. We actually have a TikTok, Instagram, but Facebook for the North Texas Ghostbusters has a lot of our information there as well. So definitely hit up that information and go and see what we got available, because we got a lot of stuff. All right, something that I forgot to do. I believe this is going to go up here. I'm going to go ahead and place it real quick. I believe that's how that goes. So when I move over to this next part over here, and I'm scratching my head because I wasn't paying attention, I'll know. Yep, there we go. It's right there in the book. Okay. So, but before we jump over to 246, like I tend to do, I'm going to set that off to the side, and I'm going to start grabbing our pieces. So you were saying, looking forward to the Emily Fowler Library. Oh, man. So here's something cool. So last year, and we had posted about it. I think we do have video of it on Facebook. But last year it was with Eric. We had all of our group together for North Texas Ghostbusters, and we were helping out with a paranormal researcher doing ghost hunt at the Emily Fowler Library. Now, the Emily Fowler Library is alleged haunted. I say alleged at this point because some people were like, "Oh, come on, there's no such thing as a haunting." Well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. So, the Ghost Adventures had been there before. Taps had been there before. I'd seen lots of footage. I'd done preliminary investigations over there as well. At the time, I was a part of the Denton Paranormal Research Society. And we had gone and I'd done like preliminary research, trying to get EVPs, things like that. So we went last year, and we were there in it was like a back room sort of area. And all of a sudden, we have our not Geiger meters, our EMF detectors, tri-field meters out. And we start getting these dings on our tri-field meters. We're like, oh, what in the world? So I had a set of dowsing rods on my belt, and I was like, well, let's get out these dowsing rods, start recording this, and start, figuring things out. And Eric was there with the dowsing rods, and he was holding them really still. And we started asking questions. Hey, is there something with us right now? What's going da-da? And we started getting positive confirmations on these things. And so over lots of chatting and asking questions, knowing some of the history that we knew from the library, we were actually able to ask some questions. Come to find out, it seemed like it was Emily Fowler. And then later on that night, we got a secondary ding where it was we were there. We started getting some of our equipment started going off, and then we ended up chatting, and come to find out it was someone passing through. And as the story goes from our questioning, and I say questioning because we don't want it to seem like it was guided, okay? And it's kind of hard if you're asking yes or no questions. But what ended up happening was that we, through this questioning, was asking, hey, is this so-and-so? Is this? And come to find out, it seemed like it was a kid, or this guy that had gone to UNT. We think he might have played football or something like that. He had passed away, and he was traveling through, and it seemed like Emily was helping guide him to the other side. And what's interesting with that is that, we were asking questions about the other side. Now, religiously, I would say that you're not necessarily supposed to do that, and you got to be really careful, and we should. But it was interesting because some of the things that we would talk about, or we would, mention or say, are things from like the Bible, from what we read from the Bible, seemed like it was kind of true on the other side. Time does seem to travel a lot differently, as you could say from Scripture, because a day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day to him. Okay, that's one thing. That was one area of measurement of time that just seemed kind of strange. But then the other thing was, it seemed like it had been just quick for this guy that had passed away, but we didn't know when he had passed away because there were certain things that he didn't like. Like, my kid was asking questions about gaming systems and stuff, and there were certain things that he was like, I don't know anything about that. So it could have been that he had passed away quite a while ago and had just been passing through. And Emily, it seemed, was trying to help him get to the other side. But the whole idea of knowing everyone in the afterlife, the once the flesh is departed and the spirit goes, it's like this veil is lifted and you know everyone, and that seemed to be the case. And that angels in the very beginning were kind of scary, but they're also very beautiful. But the most disturbing thing that we got was when we asked if we were alone, and it's like, no, you're never really alone. There's always something there. And I think that was the part where my kid was like, oh, I don't think I like this too much. It's just like, yeah. Well, that's even more reason to be on your best and, be wary sometimes of things that go on in your life, and just kind of know that there might be things influencing on the other end, Bit of a spiritual warfare, I guess, in that case. But it was a good time. It was, we're doing it again. Now, we had also done that year, it was the IUF library. So the IUF stands for International Order of Oddfellows. And I used to live over there by the cemetery. So one of my old apartment complex that I lived in for a while when I was in college, I was Green Eagles, UNT. So, UNT, Green Eagles. The apartment that I lived in was right off of the end of Iowa Cemetery, and I was with the junior Ghostbusters at the time, and they were like, where are we gonna go? Like, what are we gonna do? And I was like, well, we're gonna do our own investigation. And they're like, well, we don't know where to go. And I had asked earlier, I was like, if you're here, let me know, because I used to have this thing around Halloween time. Come into my apartment from the doorway. It was like a shadow. Go, wow. Across the apartment into the bathroom. So I had stuff at the living room. I was doing like film stuff at times on my computer and stuff. And this thing would be in the bathroom, and like my bathroom door would be open. It was like this whole darkening shadow, like just really just kind of heavy, eerie, awful feeling. Absolutely hated it. And it would torment me. If my roommate Travis was out, different Travis, by the way, not my other Travis. But when Travis was out, this thing would come around. I mean, it really felt like torment. Like, it was not a fun thing to do and deal with. And so what would happen is that every year that we were there, around, close to the Halloween festival time, October, September, this thing would just torment me. And so when we were there investigating, the boys had asked, like, where are we going to go? And I happened to look up, and I saw this light flickering over there on the back end of the apartment complex where I used to live. And I said, that's where we're going. I said, we're being called there, so let's go. And so we go over there and find these two little graves off to the side, kind of buried. They've got, a lot of weeds around it and everything. And we look. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I've got the data saved. but started talking to him, kind of figuring things out. And through confirmation of these dowsing rods that the boys were holding, we found out that, yeah, this is the entity that had been tormenting me for all those years before. Um, and apparently, I asked him, I was like, so, were you a good man in life? And I got those bars crossed really slowly. It went, no. I was like, okay. It's like, do you wish that you could have been a better man in life? And they went, yes. It's like, all right. So, come to find out, I don't think it was that he was wanting to torment me. Well, I say that at first. Um, I said at first because I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. I took Chris, who was our team lead. I took him over there to get positive confirmation. So new person, check in to make sure, hey, this is truly contact. We've got this. And when we went back a second time with Chris, and I don't know if it's because he didn't like Chris or what, but he got agitated. And I remember like the bars were just crossing on every yes and no. And it's like, it's like, you want us to leave you alone? It was like, boom, yes. They almost slammed in together. I'm like, okay, we're going to leave you alone. So on my way out of the cemetery, and I was sitting, so Till Gray is the psychic that we were with at the time that we were talking to. And I was on my way out, and a couple of my members from my church that I go to. So I go to Trinity Methodist Church here in Denton. And a couple of the members were actually on the ghost hunt as well. So I was like, hey, how are you? Chatting with them and everything. And on the way back, I see that light is going off. I'm like, okay, so I guess he's over there. I'm just going to kind of skirt around it. I don't want to bother him. And the light goes out. And I'm sitting there chatting with him. And then I feel this grab on my shoulder and almost like a foot trying to step in through my back. And I swung around. I was like, oh, no. I was like, get off of me. Like, you do not have permission to be on me right now. I was like, you need to go back to where you were. I was like, by the blood of Christ, you better leave. And that, all of a sudden, the light over at the apartment complex started blinking again. Really hardcore. And I'm like, ooh, I made someone mad. And then I ended up sick for a while. And I say sick, like I had colitis. I had walking pneumonia. And that was like one of those ordeals where like I was sick. And I wanted to say some of it was based off of like, hey, first time back in elementary, it's been years, that could have been a part of it. And that definitely could have been a part of it. But I do start to wonder if it was because of the incident, like dealing with this very malevolent sort of spirit that we were dealing with. And it was scary. It was a bit shocking. It was not something I was expecting. But yeah, Emily Fowler, in that case, Eric, you're right. Emily Fowler is a lot better place to go and visit. And I'm glad that this year we're not doing IOOF. And I've gone back by that place once to kind of look at the gravestone one more time. But other than that, I'm kind of leaving him alone. I don't want to have anything to do with that entity, that spirit. I'm done. I'm moving on. Trucking. Moving on. All right, we got a number 10 here. So we got this. We got one of these, and one of these. It looks like we're going to be building the same thing. This time it's going to go on the back side, right? So we're going to be on, I guess like you said, and was it John Carter, the backside of hell? But in this case, it's the backside of the circus tent. So it works out. I love that movie, by the way. And I love the old books. I kind of wish that they would have, I wish that they'd have gotten a little bit more love from Disney, and they marketing would have been a little bit better. But I did enjoy that movie quite a bit. I really did. All right, so let's get snap into there. We got our stick here. And I guess we don't need that one, Tay. I don't know what in the world you're doing. Jumping the gun. Stop it. So we got one here, and then now we get two of these snap-in brick studs. Like me, I'm a brick stud. Don't encourage me, really. Don't encourage me. Spirit, yeah, I'm telling you. I think so. You know, so I was set up to do. So at our school, we had it was like a luncheon with the Ghostbusters. And they're like, hey, you're a Ghostbuster. We got kids that love Ghostbusters. We're going to do this lunch. I'm like, yeah, I'm there. So I had my jumper. I had everything set up. I was ready to go and like do lunch with the Ghostbusters. And I'm walking down the hall. And I had already been sick with walking in pneumonia. And I had been taking medication, try to get better. This thing went on for like, I think it had gone on for a while. Because even when we did Toys for Tots, I was still sick at the time. And I remember going down the hall, and as I'm going down the hall to greet people and do this and show, hey, I'm here, I'm ready for the Ghostbusters thing, kind of chat with the group, where we're going to meet and all this, because I'm a teacher there. And I'm just walking down the hall, and I'm like sweating cold bullets. I'm just like, I've gone white. And one of the teachers there, she's like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't feel good, and my side is hurting. It's like hurting really bad. And it feels like a kidney stone. And I kind of told them at the time, I was like, I feel like I have another kidney stone. And they're like, you should probably go get that looked at. And I was like, well, I've been out all this time. They're like, no, like you should probably go and get that looked at because it's you're looking really bad. And at that point, like I was down on the floor. Now, I'm supposed to have the Ghostbusters come, and I'm excited because I'm like, hey, I'm gonna work with my group here. We're gonna be, having luncheon with these kids. It's gonna be so much fun. We're gonna do this, and like I am like laying essentially in the floor at this point, just sweating bullets. And they sent me home, and I ended up about midday going to the doctor. I had to go to the ER, and because I had been trying to contact my mom because she had to go to the ER for a kidney stone that turned out to have sepsis and everything, or I tried septic. It had gone septic, and I ended up going to the ER, and come to find out I had colitis. And they were like, well, colitis probably because of the medication you were taking, because of this. And I kind of wonder, like you said, spiritual attack. I'm kind of wondering if it was actually because of that attack. I mean, straight as day, it felt like a hand on your shoulder, like squeezing hard, and almost like a foot trying to press into you, like in through you. And I'm like, nah, man, nah. Like, no. You don't get to do that to me. That is not the way we're doing things today. So I threw that off. I called by the blood of Jesus, like, nah, we're not doing that. You need to get off of me. And shortly after that, I ended up sick. So yeah, I'm gonna say there's a very good chance, that I was sick because of a spiritual attack. And that's not the first time. I mean, I've had other instances where I've had some attacks. I think there were some people that were trying to attack me a couple times in my dreams. And if you believe that stuff, and you know. If you don't, that's okay. You can listen to me rant and say, this guy's a lunatic. And the thing is, I am like a tick. I hang on to an idea, and I suck on it for a long time. Nah, I'm playing. It's more like, it seems kind of weird. This should be, Taylor, don't ever say or do that one again, please. But I will say, it was weird. It was not a good thing, and I do kind of wonder if that was an attack. So yeah, I'd say you're probably right on that. Probably a spiritual attack. How are we? Okay, how are we on time? 1:55, 2 hours. We are halfway through. We're about to hit back six. So if we're about to hit back six in 2 hours, there's a good chance we're going to get really far. Now, we might not get the roof done today, but we'll get as much as we can. So I've got a 1x6, a 1x4, a 1x8, a 1x6, and then two of these lovely 2x2s at a 90. Or I should say 1x2s at a 90 here. So we got our 1x4, boom, and the 1x6. I was gonna say, if you've ever had a spiritual attack that made you sick, you should let me know in the comments. You know, here's the thing: if our gear worked that way, I'd have cooked that ghost that was tormenting me. I'd have let him know and be like, "Bro, you ain't lasting long. I'm about to put you in a containment unit." Unfortunately, we don't always have that option, do we? when we get those spiritual attacks and things like that, man, it's you gotta go for a different kind of a power, not just atomic, unlicensed nuclear accelerators on your back. I wish that were the case. I wish we could get that part up and going and like, hey, never again. I could almost like say it like Depeche Mode, never again, as what you swore the time before. Bop, bop, ba-da-dum. Teach some ghost a lesson. But we do not have that power all the time. Unfortunately not. So we got to go to a different power. All right. Woo! Looking at, so up here for my Twitch and YouTube and Facebook people, we're up here on bag number 6. We got this beautiful beast right here. At this point, we are probably building the rest of our sides. So it looks like we're building the rest of our sides. It doesn't look like we're doing too much of anything else. It's mainly just building those pieces. I do have some extras over here. So I'm going to, before I lose parts, I'm going to grab my Lumibricks light kit box here. I'm going to set this up. I'm going to drop these in here. These are all my extras. So if I need something, I can always go back to this. I'm going to pull this out. Battery replacement out. I've got my brick separator there. I'm going to push that over there. And then this bag, which was S, our special bag, I'm going to go ahead and take all of this out and just drop it in here. We can get rid of that. I was going to say I'm going to lose that bag, and it's going to be a problem. And I kid you not, it flew around and landed over here with the other bags. Thank you. I'm feeling blessed on that one. All right, bag number 6. We got 1, 2, 3 bags here for number 6. I'm going to check my box. We got 7, 7, 8, 10, another 7, 10, 6. You know what? Let me check these because I want to make sure that that's a 9. I was like, hey, it's a number 6. No, it's number 9. Look at the rest. All right, so that goes back in there. 6 and 6. I got 2 bags of it. I'm gonna open the big one first. Cook them. Let them know. Let them ghosts know you be bossing right now. Don't need any of that strange ghost stuff, man. That's spiritual grindage right there. All right. So let's see. We got 1 bag here. Any printed parts? Nah, I think this is just the curtain stuff. So we're not going to have really anything printed right now. I will say so far, like this particular build, what I like about it is the fact that we've got so many printed parts. Out of the gate, we had 7 minifigures, a lighting kit, some fabric pieces, some string pieces, some Technic type, bars to hold things together. So there's quite a bit here. Okay, there's a lot. With that being said, this thing I think retails at like $9,900 online. If you're on my live feed over here for YouTube and Twitch, I believe, let me see if I can go back and let me see if I can go back and find it, and I'll put that link back down for you so you have it. For those who are joining me on TikTok, there we go. So I got the live stream on my YouTube, Twitch, on TikTok. When we're done, not now, don't do it. Don't do it. But when we're done, you can. I have a link on my TikTok that goes to my link tree. In that, Snarky J's got something showing up on YouTube. It's a shame she's not visiting us right now, right? Oh, come on, Snarky, get with the program, get with it. But on my link tree, I've got like a Lumibricks line there. You can hit that. If you go to that, that'll actually be like my affiliate program that'll take you to the Lumibricks site. You can go and you can check stuff out there. And they've got really good prices. I believe free shipping for most of their sets in the U.S. I'd have to check. I know shipping has been free for me. Probably the same for you. I think a certain order point, kind of like Hasbro or like HasLab, it's a certain order point and the shipping kind of is included. But their sets are really good. I'm swearing by it because I'm not gonna put my name on anything if I don't live by it. Kind of like with the Ghostbusters. If I didn't think it was a good group, I wouldn't be talking about them. If I didn't think that the people that I was with and brotherhood with, I wouldn't talk about them. If I didn't think that this was an amazing brick set, I wouldn't talk about it. If I'm gonna put my name on it, it's gonna be good. That's kind of a Gen X thing I got it, I guess. If it's not good, I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. I'm not gonna give it the praise it deserves. Kind of like with our Temu Dracula stagecoach. Kind of get some honesty in there, and I'm gonna go ahead. I was actually, where is it? It's over here somewhere. I'm sure of it. Yeah, there they are. It was one of those where I was getting ready for the show. I'm gonna show this camera and I'll get this one as well. So I was going back and I was looking. And I got those two Temu bricks. I'm like, obviously, something's wrong with this mold, right? Eventually, I need to build that into some sort of trophy. So I could do some sort of trophy for the program because that thing is just ridiculous. I pulled that out and I was like, I'm not sure how this build's gonna go. I've never actually had that though with Lumibricks. For the most part, like I've gone in and expected good things, and I have received pretty much good things every single time. Good vibes from the Lumibricks. All right, so here we go. We've got one. Oh wow. Okay, I see what's up. Taylor, you didn't read through all the instructions. That happens. I'm gonna go ahead and set these up real quick. Boom. Boom. It's gonna be like you're seeing me do this in like fast pace. One, two. I didn't look to see. It says 20 of these things. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just do one. One and done. Moving on. It's like, no, man, you got 20 of these things to make, or no, not 20. You got 4 of these panels to make, and you're just kind of blowing it off. Taylor, man, what are you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, we'll get these set up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll drop another panel right here. And then another 5. That should be all 20 of them. This time, I'm trying to pay attention. 3, 4, and 5. If you ever have that thing, like there was someone asking me about if I would ever do marathon base, like 24-hour live streaming for Lego Build. And I was like, I don't know if I can sit that long to do it. You're going to check out that link? Yeah, do it. But I was like, I don't know if I could sit that long. 4 hours is kind of like my cap. After that, I'm like, I don't know, man. That's a little much. So those people who were able to do 4 hours of gaming or 4 hours of live stream, dude, you all are beast. And if anyone tells you any different, I'd smack them in the face. No, I'm not gonna do that. Violence isn't good. But I'm gonna be like, hey, you have no idea. If you've never live streamed and you've ever gotten on there to entertain people that you can't hear either, you gotta talk the whole time. I can't believe I talk this much. I get on to my kids about talking. And look at me here. I'm talking this whole time. You're probably like, man, I just want to hear the bricks. Hold on, we'll do it here. Hold on. Really? Alright, I'm just going to snap it on and move on. But yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm like, hey, I'm building this stuff. I'm probably annoying you all. Like, who's the guy with the braids and the silly mustache talking about this? No one cares. But if you're here and you're seeing my silly face, it means the world to me. Alright. And now it looks like we need the 3x4s. 3x4 smooths. About as smooth as I can be. I was so smooth in high school, they called me Rocky Road. That's a joke, by the way. Also known as, I was not smooth in high school. Far from it. Oh, man. I remember trying to talk to girls and get dates. It was nightmare fuel. You know, people were talking about, I'd go back into my youth and all that. I was like, nah, dude. Like, voice breaks. You have no idea what you're doing. I said, I'm where I'm at for a reason. I'm going to stick that way, right? I'll stick to being an old man building Legos and talk about my youth and talk about them darn kids getting off my lawn. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that and talking about, you know, like gun belts and Legos and good old days and the days when I had to, my kids, when I tell them that I was born in like 1979, they're like, oh, you're from the 1900s? I'm like, when you put it that way, man, it sounds like I'm really old, but I'm not that old. Come on, guys. So there was a point when I just started playing in with them. They're like, you're from the 1900s? Like, yes, sir. I was like, back in the day, we used to ride dinosaurs to school. We didn't have shoes either. Man, we had to walk barefooted. Your feet got rough after a while, but you know what? You get it calloused up enough, you never feel a rock piercing through your toe. Good stuff. They just kind of look at you in amazement. Some of them kind of get that you're messing with them. Some of them like, what? Oh man, the 1900s. Apparently that was so long ago. Technically, it's only like 26 years ago. The last 1900 year, 1999. Man, and I remember I used to party like it was that year all the time. How many of these? 8. So we got 8 of those little half circles. So I've got 4, 5, 7, 6. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And then 8. You notice I did that one quietly. There's a reason. There's a reason. I'm tired of hearing it. 6. I know you're on the edge of your seat. You're like, he's going to do it. He's going to count it out. I know it. I know it. So we got 6 plus 1. And then another one that's 8. I'm robbing you all of the experience, aren't I? I was gonna say, if my kids are on here, if I've got some kids on here from my school, you can sound off. I'm not supposed to talk to, and I will not. But I'm not going to do it. Come in Monday. You can be as mad as me as you want. Mr. Taylor, he never says it online. Yep, there's a reason why. Because I'm tired of it. I hear it all the time. I hear it so much, I feel like my own brain is rotting half the time. And already it's affected my kid too. Like, he says all the time. I kind of look, I'm like, bro, stop. Stop. Don't do it. All right, so we got some nice little, it's almost like a little, like kind of a, let's see if I can get it where I can see it there. It's like a little, like wavy sort of thing. Not too bad, right? All right, so I got to do that 4 times, 8 pieces each because it's 2 for 4 pieces, so that makes 8. That's why they're asking for 8. Get your numbers right. All right, here we go. Boom, 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 and boom, and boom, boom, and boom. That's 2 down. No, 3 down. I got 1 more. 1 more here. 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 Here and here. And how are we doing on time? 2 and 12. Nice. All right. So we got our 4 curtains done. Now we're going to kind of move over to this side. Now, it also says 4 times that I'm making this. So, I'm going to hold myself to that, because if I don't do it, you have every right to yell at me from your side of the screen, as long as I don't have to hear it. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan to me. All right. So we do need the 8 up. So we got 4 of those. Again, looking at this brick here, how do I know it's 8? There's 7 on the back. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I got all 4 of those. I need 8 of these little hinge doors in nice, bright, I'm going to call it Lone Star Red. 5, let's see, 6, 8, and 7. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, and 4. I warned you before, I'm not going to do it. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and start making these little curtain things. This is gonna be a cool set. And you know, here's the thing. I love like the Old West stuff, and I know I've talked about like I kind of got a spur back in my heel when I was talking about, you know, I was watching Tubi one day. Like I've always loved Old West stuff, but the movie Quigley Down Under really got me inspired again. I was like, not only do we have like this hero that's, you know, obviously he's got some past, right? They never say, we don't need to know what his past is. It's just he's got a past. We know it. But he's not an anti-hero. He's not this, you know, super bad guy. He's not mystical in any sort of way. You can tell at some point he was some sort of trained marksman. You can tell at some point that he didn't agree what was going on with the Native Americans in the U.S. And you can agree that when he got into Australia and when he found out what he was there to do, to basically shoot the Aborigines, he definitely didn't agree with that either. And, you know, that's what initially got him in all the ruckus. But I love, like his character overall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hold on, I'm going to count this out. 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. But I love like his character arc and who he is as a person, and even dealing with the character arc of Cora and her story. You know, things I didn't really remember as a kid. You know, the whole fact that, you know, she's a Texan, which already inspires me. I'm like, yes, let's do it. But she was a Texan on the home front, and they were having a Comanche attack, and she was trying to hush her little boy, and he wouldn't get quiet. And so in the story, she holds his mouth to stay quiet as this Comanche attack is going on, to basically survive it, and in the long runs ends up killing her child. And so Roy, her husband, which Matthew Quigley says that, you know, she calls him Roy half the movie. He he sends her on the first boat out. Says, you know, he sends her to Galveston. And I love that they put that in there. But he's like, you know, I can't have no woman that's gonna put the safety of herself over my kid. And he sends her on a boat. And I love it because, you know, she says in the story, he never even looked back. And so in the movie, when Cora's there and the dingoes are coming to eat her baby, maybe a dingo ate your baby. I love Quigley Down Under. And she, you know, the baby's crying and she's covering the Aborigine baby's mouth. She's like, and all of a sudden it just snaps in her. She's like, you know what? No, I can't have this happen again. I'm not gonna be that person. I'm gonna fix this. You know what? You want to make noise? Let's make some noise. Let's scare them. And she ends up shooting one of the dingoes with a revolver and chasing them out. And they eat each other because there's one dingo out. And it's a lot easier than getting shot. They don't want to get, you know, popped in the head. And so they run out. And she saves the Aborigine baby and herself, and proves that she is moving past this trauma that she had. And I absolutely love it. And so when Quigley comes, she's there with the baby. They survive it, and they're doing better. And what I love about it is that she starts to call him Matthew after that. And at the very end, you know, Quigley's got to go and do his thing, right? He's got to head off. Old Matthew Quigley. And you know, she is there, and he doesn't want to wake her up, but she wakes up to see him off. And what I never noticed and what I love about it is when, you know, he tells her, he's like, you know, you sure are pretty in the morning. And he's being very kind, and I think he's afraid that he might not be coming back. I mean, he knows he's going to be good, but there's a good chance he's not coming back. And so he's wanting to share his feelings. And so as he's heading out and going, you know, he rides up the hill. And as he's riding up the hill and she's watching him, he turns around and looks. And that was like her redemption arc. Originally, Roy left her, never even looked back. Here's a man that cares about her, sees the good that she has done, wants to be a part of her life. And as he rides up the hill, as he might not come back, rides up the hill, he turns around, he looks at her, shares a glance, and then he goes off. And that just, man, that gets my heart every single time. That is such a fantastic movie. For those, if you've never watched Quigley Down Under, it is available on Tubi. I definitely suggest you watch it. Not only is it a great movie, it kind of underrated, but it has Alan Rickman in it, and we all love our Professor Snape before he was Professor Snape. But to top it off, it has a score by Basil Palladouris, who also did Conan and RoboCop. I've never heard he has the sense to add fiddles with hero horns in some very tense scenes that just make the scene just feel so alive. Man, it's a beautiful soundtrack, excellent movie. Cinematography is top rate, acting is superb. It's a great movie. It's definitely worth checking out. So I would definitely say if you need something to watch and you're into westerns and you kind of want a western that's not like an anti-hero western but just kind of a good heroic western, one guy doing the right thing to help out some people, showing courage, I definitely say that's the movie to watch. It's definitely a movie to watch. All right, so we got 16 of these pieces. So 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16, that should be all of them right there. All right. Each one of these, 4 times 4 is 16. Each one of these gets 4 of these little clippy clips. Clippy clippy. And we're going to snap them on. This is going a little bit faster than I was expecting. This might actually be only 2 shows and not 3 and 4. So in that case, as we're thinking, we might start thinking about what are some sets that you like. I got Cowboy Camp, which I'd love to do. I've got my chicken farm. You know, that might be like a quick in the week show. I'm actually looking at starting to do some shows sometimes in the middle of the week. The one key feature to that is that it's kind of hard for me sometimes because oftentimes I put my kid to bed. My wife, she's got a second job too, so she's working late nights. We're all teachers, so we, and we also have like lesson planning, grades, things like that we're doing at home. I don't do quite as much as she does. She's a general ed teacher in 5th grade, so she's constantly working. Whereas me, I teach art. Yeah, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit looser. I can get away with a little bit more, especially when I taught high school. I felt like I could get away with tons of things. But I will say that, with that being said, sometimes during the week it's a lot harder for me to do like some builds. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe get some stuff there. So maybe next time we meet, if we get this one done here. If we get done this week, the next week, maybe we'll do that cowboy camp. And then we'll start figuring out, like I'll start getting some pictures together for getting my Old West Lego build set up. I'm trying to rebuild some stuff on a table. Even looking at rebuilding some, oh my goodness, some actual like table brick sets, gluing like baseboards down. I've been building like little terrain. I got some blocks from Dollar Tree, and I ordered some Temu like grass and like sage and tan to kind of make it feel like kind of Old West, dried up Montana / Arizona sort of stuff. So in that case, maybe we'll do cowboy camp and then kind of go from there. Let's see how that works for us. We'll see. We're not there yet. All right, just checking. How are we doing? Oh, yeah. 2.5 hours. We got this in the bag. Let's go. All right, so 279 has got us putting all the pieces on, it looks like. We did that for 2, so now we're on 280. 280. And I believe we might be building this section over here. So on the back side right here. We might be building out the last few sections here. So let's take a look. We need 2 of these, 1 of these. So it's a 2x4, our 4x4s with the hinge, and a 1x8 smooth. 7 on the back. We got that. Pop that here. Pop that here. And going right there. And then same thing as before. So 4 of these. 1, 2, 3. Should have one more here. 4. And then 1 of the half circles. And then 4 of the quarter circles. And we'll build that up. Boom, boom. 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 You know, growing up, I remember, I never remembered Lego having any Western sets. I know that they did. And that was, I can't remember when that started out. Lego for me was a kid. I had a lot of the space Legos. So I had the one, it was like a, when I talk about space, I mean, what was it? A four-legged walker thing that had this like kind of turning mechanism on it, and it would cause these legs to move, and then it had like a detachable shuttle on it, and then it had like a little scorpion tail claw thing on the backside. So that's what, growing up, I had like space Legos. Later on, I'm gonna fix this camera over here on my Me Cam. We're gonna fix that up real quick. Been having trouble with this camera. I'm gonna have to replace it. Well, it looks like that camera might be not working anymore. So I've still got this, I still got that working. So we're gonna keep moving on. So with that being said, I know like I had Ice Planet, Space Police, Pirates. I had a lot of the pirate stuff, and I loved the pirate stuff, but I don't remember any of the Wild West. And so I started looking back, and I was looking online because I was wanting to buy like some generic minifigs. So we have a local place here that sells military minifigs, and they had like, it was supposed to be Jim Bowie, Doc Holliday, Wyatt Earp. I can't remember who else, but they had Davy Crockett, I think, and they had a bunch of minifigs. I bought a bunch of them they had like a little anime convention at our mall. So it was the Golden Triangle Mall here in Denton, and they had an anime convention, and I remember checking it out. I was like, dude, this is pretty awesome. So I stopped by Mill Blocks. I had been promoting them, putting some stuff out. And so when I was looking online, I was like, I want more Western style figures. But every time I'd look, I would see some figures, some very generic figures. Let's see, five. Yeah, 5 and 5. So one of those, and then 3. 1, 2, and 3. I'd see some generic figures here and there of Wild West stuff, but people were, they're like, hey, here's some Wild West figures here, so. But I never had realized that there were so many of these Wild West figures that had come out at the time that were around apparently in like the 90s, and I don't remember ever seeing that growing up. That seems kind of weird because I mean I did grow up with Lego, and I remember seeing a lot of Lego stuff, but I don't remember ever seeing those. And so for me, I dropped one. I found it. So for me, my sciatica. For me, seeing those Legos and seeing the Wild West Legos, I feel like I missed out on quite a bit of really cool stuff growing up. And I kind of wonder who had like the Western Legos when you were a kid, because I don't remember those. The yellow face Legos. I think they did, what was it? They did Lone Ranger with Disney, and that was out, 10, 15 years back. Those prices on those Legos are pretty astronomical. I was kind of surprised at just how much people were charging for them. But they're really cool sets. They look phenomenal. But then at some point, I guess they just stopped. They're like, we're not going to do any Wild West stuff. And here lately, I've been a little disappointed with Lego because, like, I went the other day. I was going to pick up a Minecraft set because I've got a book that's got some Minecraft figures in it. It's like a Steve and then another book, and I can't remember her name. It's like Merge, I think, or Margie. And I was like, I'll just pick up, one of these sets. And I was looking at the price. I'm like, not getting much. Do I really want to start like a new series? Do I really want to get into that? And I might pick up, there was like a not an Iron Golem, but it's like I think it's like the Iron Villagers and then like the Green Knight. And I might pick up that set just to have and put my other figures on and kind of leave it like that. But their prices, it was $15 and I think it came with like maybe 200 pieces. I was like, that seems a little ridiculous. It's a little out of pocket on that. And like here, we're getting like 2,000 pieces for essentially $100. Um, the haunted house thing that came out, I really wanted to nab that because that was like, I think it's like 3,000 pieces or so, or maybe it might be like 2,000 pieces. But people have been showing videos of that one and comparing the haunted house from Lumibricks against the haunted house of Lego. And the Lego, you know, you've got the I think it's like the Creator series. You've got like the Wolfman and Frankenstein and Dracula, which is really cool. But in the Lumibricks, you've got the Ghostbusters, so it's already like, yeah. You already got that part up, but then you've got a TV that's like a haunted TV, and it actually lights up, and it's got like kind of scramble lines on it, and then you've got like it's a ghost that pops out of like a sidewall. And there's some other things, like it's really cool, and it's one of those that's like I still cannot believe I missed it. I should have gotten it while I could, and I missed it, and I feel really, really, really bad about it. Because again, as a Ghostbuster, I could have been putting that together, promoting my team, the North Texas Ghostbusters, really getting to shout us out, and I completely dropped the ball. So my Ghostbuster team, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna make up for it. Hey, if you like Ghostbusters and you're in the Ghostbuster or you're in the North Texas area, and you want to know more about the Ghostbusters, our group, the Denton, Texas Ghostbusters, or not Denton, Texas Ghostbusters, the North Texas Ghostbusters. We do serve Denton, Texas, as well as Dallas and Fort Worth. The North Texas Ghostbusters, we do a lot of stuff around here, like as far as charity work, as far as conventions and cons. You really got to hit us up. You can search us up, the North Texas Ghostbusters. You can find us actually on Facebook. It's probably the easiest. But they're also on TikTok. That's you all. They're on. Oh, you can't see me on this one because my camera's broken on my live stream to Twitch and YouTube. But you can probably find them on Facebook, which I know I'm streaming to now, as well as Instagram. I know they're on Instagram as well. So that's something to keep in mind. Look them up. Check out their schedule. We got a whole list of things coming up for Denton for the 31 days of Halloween. Found out recently that Denton is now it is the official Halloween town, I believe, of U.S., isn't it? It's either U.S. or it's Texas, but it's the official Halloween town right now because of all the Halloween stuff that they were doing last year. They got some cool stuff, man. Really cool stuff. Haunts and ghost investigations. That one was with Teal Gray. I don't think Teal's going to be with us this year. She had been not feeling well. So if you got prayers for her, definitely give her some prayers. Hope that she starts feeling on the mend, starts feeling better. All right, 292 over here. We're going to be dropping this bad boy right over here. Boom. And we got the full skirting of our tent. Look at that. All the way around. That thing is beautiful. And I wonder, it'd have been cool to lift it up. Like if we could actually have it to where this would lift up and do its thing. But I do not. Does it? No, it is not. You can pop it off and I guess pop it back on. So, I mean, you could do it like that if you need to. Which works. Well, wait. And I was wondering if maybe I was doing this wrong. But I'm not. I've got it right. I was like, these things are loose. I wonder if that was a key feature. I might go back and look. Just to make sure that I have done that right. Yes, I've done it right. as far as I know. As far as I know. I'm going to keep it that. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that I'm in the right here. I've done the thing I need to do. Now we're over on bag S. All right. So 7, F, and S. And so for my TikTok viewers, this is where we're at. For my YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, that's where we're at, right there. So S. So my S parts are actually in this box over here. I'm going to pull this box down so I can access those parts as needed. And I'm going to grab all of my bags for number 7. So 1, 2. Again, if you hear me kind of grunting, it is my sciatica nerve is going off again. 7. Oh, 9, 8, 10, 10, 8. Okay. You know, here's the thing. Hey, Miss Horton's on here. What's up? Nice to see ya. I will say this. So, as a Ghostbuster carrying that huge pack around, there comes a point, if you have sciatica nerve damage, so I do have some nerve damage because of, I guess, my youth and some of my health problems. I'm not going to bore you with that, but kids, eat good, take care of your body, and exercise. Otherwise, you're going to go gray early. And you don't want sciatica nerve damage and other things like what I've gotten, okay? But anyway, so with the Ghostbuster thing, if you ever get sciatica nerve damage, which is that nerve that runs from your back down to your leg, right? I'll get it every once in a while, and I mean, it's painful. But then when you got a 25 or 35 pound pack, like proton pack, that you know is not the most, it's pretty well built, but you know, any drop and this thing's gonna shatter into pieces. And you're like, I don't know how to get down right now to put my pack on the ground because I can't even bend over to put it in the car. Like, it becomes an interesting, like I'm moving my hips out this way and doing things this way in order to kind of get where I need to go. Me trying to clean the house this morning and take care of the couches was, it was an ordeal, and it was rather interesting watching me, you know, splay my hips like some sort of old, you know, Jersey cow. It was very interesting. Some people would actually find it very humoring. It was probably humorous to watch, but not to live through right now. It was something else. Like it was, I was like, I can't handle this anymore. That's like, I'm hurting. I'm in a hurt that I've never felt in a very long time. But I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna get this done. Because for me, I did not, you know, my wife, she's teaching dance right now, so she's out. Kid was playing games, doing his thing, you know, and I was trying to get him to help me. And of course, like, you know, he's a teenager at this point. Like, I say teenager, he's 5th grade, so he's preteen, but he's like, I don't want to do it, it's stupid. And I'm like, get in there and help me. So I had him help me with the dog, and then I went to clean everything else up because he wanted to go to Subway. I'm like, I could do Subway. I'm good with Subway. I like Subway sometimes. And so for me, it was like, okay, I'm going to get this done, and then we'll go to Subway, but I need your help. In order for this to work, you got to help me. So I conned him into it, and I was all like splayed out on the floor and like kicking one leg out this way and the other to try to bend down. And I'm like, and they call me Bear at work because I come out of my classroom for cardio. I'm like, and I scratch my back on the wall. And so I was grunting and growling like an old man. And I could just imagine that my coworkers would probably be laughing so much at me at this point. Old man Taylor there trying to get his back up and going. Oh man, this nerve is something else too. I finally hit a nerve. That's what I tell my students too. All right. So here we go. We're going to go over to the side right over here. And we've got one of these. Hold on. I like this sound. We got one of those little bristle bushes to put over here. This is going to go kind of off the end over here next to this part. We got, boom. That goes there. And surprisingly, I thought we were going to put more here to cover these lines, but maybe we got stuff that we're going to be putting there in a minute. So I'm gonna trust the process. I'm gonna keep it going. I'm gonna trust the process. We're probably okay. Probably okay. Just keep working through it. Keep pushing. Pushing through. Working to the end. Make sure I don't lose any of these parts. I do need to go to Dollar Tree and invest in one of those little trays that holds all my stuff. I can't remember. One of my brick people online had one. I was like, you know what? It seems kind of stupid that I haven't gone to do that too. And I just, at this point, I don't know what in the world I'm thinking. I've gone a few times. I've picked up like a few brick sets. But then it's like I get there to go and actually pick up the, like I'll go with the intent, hey, I'm going to pick up this sorter, right? And instead I'll get there and I'm like, ooh, some new, $1.25 brick sets, or I'll go to the others and then I completely forget what it is I'm doing. And so then when I'm sitting here doing a show and I'm like, hey, I could really use a sorting tray. And, the sorting trays I have right now, I've got multiple sorting trays in here, but they've got holes in them and switches and stuff for this Star Trek, or not Star Trek, but like a Star Wars like spaceship build that I had to turn my office into a spaceship. And then I forget the fact that, hey, I was supposed to grab a couple of sorters for, live shows for bricks. And then I kick myself a few times, and then I move on, and then I remember it the following week. All right, we need 2 of these. And it looks like we got 2 of these little guys right here that's got like a little hole in it. And then we've got, let's see, 2 of these barrel pieces. 2 of these. And I think they're supposed to be the same color. So I got one that's like tan. It's a little bit off in color. We need the darker one. So I'm going to move forward. You can hear me grunt here in that. So, I'm rolling that nerve behind me. And I'm looking for the other. I think it's supposed to be the same color. Yeah, there we go. I knew it's in here. Had to be in there. Lumibricks wouldn't let me down. Don't let me down, Luma. I love you, Luma, but don't let me down. All right, and the 2 of those. Now, it looks like we've got a post here, and then we've got these double-sided studs here. That here, this is going to go on the top. We need to do that twice. So, here, top. And then this line goes here. Now, hold on. We've got an 83. Let's take a look at these. Are they all the same size? Yes. They're all the same size. Okay. So we've got one that goes here. And then over here, I'm missing some parts. What did I not do? I need these. And they're dark. Okay, so here. And then here. Taylor, if you fully read the directions, you wouldn't have problems. But if I did that, if I was like constantly on my best, people would start to wonder, like, what's wrong with me? Like, you're not screwing up like you usually do. Drink time. All right. All right, here we go. Now, I got the 2 posts made. We're on number 297. That's a lot. I think we're like halfway through our book. There's a lot of directions here. Okay. This pole is going to go right here in between. Right there. And this post is going to go all the way out to here. And I feel like this should be a little bit tighter, but it doesn't feel like it's... Maybe if I turn it... I'll turn it to where it goes to the other side. There we go. We'll do it like that. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. So that'll go over here. Go in between those. This is going to go... Or move it over to this side. And again, for those like... I'm checking on my live stream feed for YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. So far, I don't have anything there. It looks like we're all still streaming. We're doing good. For my TikTok people here, fam here, if I miss a comment, I apologize. I'm trying not to be mean. Sometimes I don't see it. So I'm on 2 different platforms right now. So I'm trying to make sure I get everybody in, kind of keep things going as well as possible. So now we're working on our, what is it, Madam? I'd have to look at it over here. It's like Madam something. Let's see. It is Lady Mira. So our Lady Mira, we're going to look at her crystal ball setup over here, which is pretty cool. So we've got the actual crystal ball. We've got 4 of these kind of tapestry pieces. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where's the 4th one? Here we go. 4. I'm here to check the tapestries. The tapestries? Yes, sir. This is a castle. You have tapestries, don't you? Like, yes, we have tapestries. And I can't remember. He says, and if you are Scottish law, then I'm Mickey Mouse. How dare he? If you've never watched it, you might be like, what in the world is this guy talking about? But Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, I remember seeing that in theater. And about the time he starts going off with his pseudo-Scottish accent, it was so bad. It was so bad. But if you are Scottish law, or if you're a Scottish lord, I think it's a Scottish lord, then I'm Mickey Mouse. All right, this is going to fit right up there. How beautiful is that? Look, got a cool crystal ball set up. I'm trying to look to see, should that be... No, actually, let's see if I can pop just this part off. I don't want to damage the wire that's underneath here. Ooh, I lost our grass. It's right there. Okay. Alright, we're going to pop that part out right there. Oh, of course not. Of course you would. Here, you know what? I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to take my time, dismantle the whole thing. We're going to redo it. Because I noticed something with the... Here we go. And here we go. I'm trying to take my time because I know with the little leads on there for this, I don't want to damage those wires. And it does have some wires on there, and I want the wires to... I want them to hold up. I want them to be good, right? So, alright, we're going to take a look at this. Now, there is nothing in between, so there is a small gap where it seems like one brick sits up higher than the other. And on our crystal ball, it's got a little bit of a lift on it. So my question is, would it be better if this... No, it doesn't go up any higher. Okay, so it does sit right here on the edge, kind of like this. I was kind of thinking maybe it would be that we would want to put it up where it would set up higher to the crystal ball, but that is not going to make the situation any better. Okay, so with that being said, we'll pop these on, and then we will finally set that into place there. There we go. All right, and done. Scene. Now let's move. That was 298. We're now going to be on 299. 299's got a kitty cat and a grass. So we got a grass here, and we're gonna find our kitty cat, a black cat. Woo, spooky Halloween stuff, right? All right, so we got the grass here. It's kind of like my cat when it attacks and eats grass, and it's I know if the cat's gonna be outside eating grass later on, it's gonna be throwing up that grass all over my carpet. And it's never on the hardwood floor where it's easy to clean, or in the bathroom on the laminate, right? No, of course not. It's gonna be on the carpet, and it's gonna be some of the grossest stuff. And they're not gonna puke on it. They're gonna like put their mouth and like puke into the carpet. I love cats, and yet I can also hate cats at the same time. It's a very love-hate relationship. We got we have three of them in the house. Oh Lord Jesus, have mercy on me. So we got three cats in the house, and like one cat is a cat that we've had since uh it we got this cat. So I got this cat when we lived in California. It was a cat from a friend of ours. We call her Bindle. She's like one of our good family friends. We love her to death. Bindle, if you're watching this, we love you. So she had a cat that was named Turtle, I believe, and it was a tortoiseshell cat. And somehow this cat had a bunch of babies. I'm not quite sure, like I don't remember this cat getting out. I thought this cat had been spayed, but apparently not. So she had a bunch of kittens, and out of this litter of kittens, I mean, you talk about a lot of kittens, and every single one of them was covered in fleas. Poor cats. So basically, it came down to, hey, we got all these cats, we gotta get rid of them. So we were kind of helping like push these cats out. Back in the day when social media was essentially wasn't Facebook yet. It was oh my god, what was it? I can't remember the name. You had to use like HTML code to like code this thing. Um, oh my goodness, I don't even know. I doubt it's even around. I'm trying to remember the name of that old thing. Anyways, so if I happen to remember, I'll tell you what it was. But so we would get on social media, also known as this old platform that was like just a whole page, like an I page or U page or whatever. I wish I could remember the name of it. Anyways, we'd get on that. We'd try to contact people, or call the paper and ask the paper to put an ad in. Hey, we got these kittens, or like word of mouth. Hey, you want some kittens? Sort of thing. Well, let's see. This goes this way, and then this way, right? And then two on the opposite direction. Okay. And so we named all these cats, these little kittens, and we were giving out these little kittens, and one was named Betty Boop, and like maybe one was named like Shadow or something. There was one that we wanted. It was named Benjamin, and it was black and white, very fluffy, like long-haired cat. We're like, hey, we want that cat, and we got Gouda instead. Now, we named Gouda this cat because a really good friend of mine, Ethan, we hung out with Ethan in college. Like, we knew him. Like, he was a good friend of ours. And he had this cat that he had named Gouda, like the cheese, because he said the cat was colored like the cheese. Sounds legit. College cat, right? Well, that cat had gone missing, and so we had kind of said, any cat after that we're going to name after your cat. And so we ended up naming this cat Gouda in remembrance of the cat that he lost, named Gouda. Okay. So far, easy peasy, nothing to it. Well, let's see. That's a flat. I'm going to check these. I'm going to check out these brick pieces real quick. Hold on. Because I seem to be missing. Ah, there it is. Found you. Can't stay hidden from me. I got the fine fingers. And then we got a ticket. Look at that. It's a printed ticket. Here, let's see if I can get it up there. Printed ticket, much like, here we go. My printed ticket that comes with the set. Love it. All right, so anyways, So this cat, Gouda, that we ended up getting, he was not our first choice, and he was a kind of golden haired, long haired cat, got some white on him, and they bring us this kitten, and we're treating him, we're getting the fleas off of him, and we're like, well, you know what? This might not be the cat that we wanted, but we're gonna love this cat no matter what. That seems fair, right? Love this cat. Well, old Gouda was a violent kitten. And I mean, I'm saying a violent kitten in that there were at points when I would go to work. At the time, I was working at Walmart in San Diego. Okay, I think I was at Shoreline or Shoreline. I can't remember the name of the thing, but I was out there. And this cat would run, grab hold of my arm, and just claw me down. So I'd have all these cuts, and I would have to come to work because I had these deep cuts, and I'd have to bandage it up. And my manager, he was concerned. He's like, "Is everything okay at home?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, everything's fine." He's like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's the cat. I promise, it's the cat." Well, so this cat, Gouda, who we still have today, he would do things like he'd walk up and he'd bite the bridge of your nose. And like people were making a game. It's like, oh, well, if you lay down and do this, he'll bite the bridge of your nose. Isn't that funny? And I'm like, I don't find it funny at all. And there was a point when I was working nights. So I was working overnights at Walmart. So I was stocking. I was like a department manager. So I was trying to help things out, get this. I was trying to get the furniture department back up and going. Left my cushy backroom job for it, and I kind of got tricked into it. Well, so this cat would known to come up and would bite the bridge of my nose while I wasn't paying attention, and I started getting mad about it because I started getting cuts along my nose, and I would bleed everywhere. It's really making me mad. So I waited one day. I had my eyes kind of like this, I was watching him. I was laying back, and I was waiting for this kitten to come up and bite me. And as soon as he went up to bite me, I went and I grabbed the back of his neck, and I held him up. And I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this. I held him up and I looked at him. I said, "I'm bigger than you. You better stop." And he's like, "Meow, meow, meow." And so I said, "I'm bigger." And so I took him. I told this to my high school students, and they flipped out. They're like, "Oh my God, you're an awful person. I can't believe it." But I took his mouth or his head. I stuck it in my mouth, and I let my tooth touch his skull. So I'm like, "I'm letting you know." And I took him out and I said, "I'm bigger than you." I did it one more time. I didn't bite him, but I did that to let him know I was in charge. I let him go. This cat ran. He had nothing to do with me for like a week. Then all of a sudden came back around about a week and was the most loving cat in the world. I would pet on him. He'd sit down next to me and purr, lay in my lap. He would sleep with his belly out and his little paws out. Cute kitten. But I put a stop to being bit on the face. Essentially letting them know I was bigger and I was going to eat you, sort of thing. It's probably not the way to do it. But I never had any issues after that. And that was the thing where, again, I tell the story and like, I can just imagine people on the other end just shaking their head going, "Wow, you are a horrible person." But if I told you I did it out of love, would that make the situation seem a little bit better? Back. Oh, hey, Chaz is back. Bessie Raven had asked me a question. I'm glad you're back, buddy. I was wondering, it was quiet on your end. I'm like, maybe I said something to scare some people away. Maybe it's because of me telling the story about putting a cat's head in my mouth and showing my dominance that have scared my friends away. They don't want to be my friends anymore. I don't think that's the case, but still, like, all right. Travis, what you miss is my actual feed cam. So my personal cam went out on the thing. So I'm gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna have to get down. The camera's old, man. I've had that thing since I started, doing YouTube way back in the day. So I have a feeling it's dead. It's finally kaput. It's not gonna work anymore. So I'm gonna have to replace my cam. I cannot wait to tell, hey, Rach, guess what? I gotta go buy another camera. She's like, getting out of hand, Taylor. Too much. Too much. Now, thankfully, cameras don't cost too much, but I want to get a decent one because the way that one was set up for the HD, like the formatting, I really liked it. So I might see if I can find another one that's similar to it. Yeah. So, anyways, I told that to my high schoolers one time about the cat, and they had a field day. They liked to tell me how wrong I was and how awful of a person I was for sticking that cat's head in my mouth. But I will go ahead and say, that cat never bit me again. And he's still around to this day. Like, we still have that cat. He's actually, I hate to say it this way, I'm kind of waiting. He's probably going to go any day soon. Um, so we got that cat when my wife and I first got married. That we've been married for 20 years. So that cat is 20. We've had him forever. And I'm waiting for the day when he passes. I know it's probably going to be soon. He's been very lovey here lately, so he can't see anything. That's the first thing. So just to let you know, when I come home from work, from sometimes the loudness and the craziness of dealing with kids all day, and I will come home, and because the cat is old, he doesn't know what's going on, he can't really see anymore, I will come home to fecal matter, poop essentially, strewn all over the house here and there, or peeing in a corner or this or that. And so I come home, I go into clean mode. Of course, I'm like and barking under my breath and this and that, and I'm trying to come out of it in a place of love, so that way I'm not like such a barking bitter person, because I don't want to be that anymore. Waiting for 2 more parts on our pack. So yeah, so you got 2 more parts on your pack. You need send me a picture. I've been wanting a picture of this pack. I want to see what else you got done on it so far. But last couple days, I'll come home and he's pooped in the kitchen, or he's done this or this, and I'm cleaning it up, and I have what's called chlorophobia, so I've got a fear of poop, fecal matter, the germs. I have a fear of getting pink eye and stuff. And so when my kid was little and I had to change his diaper, I used to freak out. I hated that stuff. But I knew it had to be done. I was taking care of business, getting them where you need to be. So now my kid's grown up. I don't have to deal with that. But now the cat is pooping everywhere. He can't see, and he's old. And so for me, it's a bit of a hassle. Like, I'm like, oh man. But I don't think he's going to be with us much longer. And the sad thing is that, he's come up a few times, and like this morning, was it this morning? Yeah, I think it was this morning. Whew. Let me reach out and grab that part real quick. Oh. This morning he came up and was just loving all over me. And I got your picture, by the way, Travis. I'll check it out in a minute. And, well, I say a minute. I'll have to wait till I'm done, because I'm live streaming also on TikTok. So the TikTok feed is on my phone right now. So I have to check it out afterwards. But I bet it looks amazing. And here's the thing: you want to get the right ribbon cable. You don't want like a junky one. You want a good one. You want a decent ribbon cable. And that was the thing. Is like I've got I think it's a Ghostbusters 2 base ribbon cable, but I should probably replace it. Oh, I see. I've done it wrong. that goes up like that. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not gonna be around much longer because he's been coming up and getting a lot more like pets and love, and I pick him up and he's like just loving and rubbing all over me, and I kind of had a moment where because animals, when they get to a certain age and they know that they're about to die, they'll get more intimate, and then animals usually will go off and find a place to die, and it's hard for him to do because we're not outside, so he hasn't left. He's here. He can't go anywhere. But I sat with him one night, and I was loving on him, and I told him, I was like, hey man, whenever you're ready to go, you can go. We know you love us, and we love you too. I have missed several parts. Look at that, me telling stories and playing around, and I missed that there's a whole bunch of things that I have not done yet. So let's go back. All right, 314 right here. So we're on a popcorn cart right now, and we got a traditional orange color because it's all circusy. So we got that here, putting that there, and laying that on the end. We got one of these 1x2s and one of these. So I love pets. I love animals. We've got Gouda inside. So he's an inside cat. And then my kid has a cat. Her name is Luna. And she was a rescue from our friends Matt and Katie, and they have a couple kids. And they found this black kitten, and so we've got this kitten here, and she's gotten tubby. Okay, she's starting to get what I call belly drag. She's got a little bit of drag that's keeping her from running at her full ability, so she might have to go on a kitty diet here in a minute. And then we have Low Gray, and poor Low Gray, man. All right, so this cat was rescued from this house, and they had a bunch of cats, and they had been breeding these cats because they were getting polydactyls. And polydactyls, if you don't know, is a Hemingway cat. Hemingway cat is a cat that's got an extra 6-digit on usually front or back paws. Most times front paws. And so our friends, Matt and Katie, they've got a cat named Maggie that's a polydactyl. So it's a Hemingway cat. I like Hemingway because I like the literary aspect of it. And this cat, flip that over there. This polydactyl cat, they look really cool. They look like they have mittens on their hands. So they had a whole bunch of kittens, like a ton of kittens. Did that side have popcorn on it? No, it's just plain. All right, we'll switch it. That goes here. This goes here. This one goes on this side. All right. So she came from this house where they had all these kittens, and they were going to have these, they were giving away like these polydactyl cats or selling them or whatever. And our cat that I think I'd been sick at the time. I had Bell's palsy, so I couldn't move half my face. So I was in rough shape. And the idea was that, to make me feel better, we were going to get another cat. I kind of wanted another cat around the house, and we were going to get a cat, and things were going to be on the up and up. We had Gouda at the time, so things were going to be, they were going to be okay. So we go to get this cat, and I mean, all I remember of this place, and I was on some medication, some pain medication, because I was in a lot of pain. So there's certain things I don't remember. But what I remember is this house had like 3 boys running around, a box full of kittens that were all over the place, a mama cat that was meowing at everybody, like 2 dogs that would like bark and pick up the cats. I mean, this place was wild, right? And I don't remember how it looked. I just remember it being wild. There's this scared little Siamese cat, little runt cat, off to the side, and I said, "That's the one I want, right?" She's a runt, so she's already, getting bullied and picked on, and excluded. The other cats didn't really have a lot to do with her. And she was a Siamese, and I felt like I needed to save this cat from the madness of this place. It was pretty, it's looking kind of rough for this cat. So we get this cat. Now, originally, she was pretty much all white and had a little bit of the dark color on her ears and tail and like feet, but not too much. And she had these kind of old school, so she was kind of like whitish cream color, had these tan lines that went down her back, and I called her Logray because she reminded me of the action figure of Logray, the Medicine Man. You had lots of cats as a kid. Growing up, I had Shasha and Rusty. That was pretty much it. We had animals. I grew up on a ranch, but I probably have more cats and animals in the house now than we had before. So this cat, I named her Logray. We took her in, and I mean, she sounded like, when we first had her as a kitten, she sounded like a 70-year-old smoker. I would put her on my shoulder. Oh yeah, we got a page here. I'd put her on my shoulder, and she would sit on my shoulder. She had the biggest ears in the world. I'd put her on my shoulder, and she would just sit up there and just scream at Pussy. She sounded like she had, like she'd been smoking for 70 years. She sounded rough. But this cat, she's still alive too, but she's got something going on where she's clawing all over her neck, and I don't know what's going on. So we got Luna, we got Gouda, we've got Logray, who is a mess right now. And then we added a turtle somehow. And then my wife and I, as being teachers, we had classroom pets at one point. So we also had classroom pets in our house. So I had a rat for a while. Oh, not a rat, it was a mouse that we named Thanos, and he passed away one time. I was kind of upset about that a little bit. Not too upset about the smell, I will say that. All right, so 323. I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick. So 323 had a message. So this note came in. So we are switching, for those that can see the feed on Twitch and YouTube, they were saying we're switching the clear wheels for these black wheels. So the wheels actually changed. So we can take that, and we'll put that back over here in the box. And we're going to be putting their black wheels on instead. So 1 and 2. But yeah, so we have a leopard gecko because that was one of the classroom pets. And then one time we got a chance to save, or let me rephrase that. My wife was going to save this turtle from this kid that they had like a turtle, but it was not doing so well. And so we have Tommy the turtle, and he's got a gigantic tank over there, and the water's constantly running. And so she's been we used to take Tommy all the time to the school when she would be teaching school, because classroom pets, I mean, they really do help. If you've never been in a classroom that had a pet, it does help. I don't have one in the art room just because it's a lot of maintenance, and I really have nowhere to put it. And I don't know I'm not sure my school would approve it or not, but if they did, great. If not, I'm not too concerned about it. I'm more interested in getting other things done right now. Hey, guess what, guys? We're on 325. We're trucking along. We're almost done with the bag 7. We might, let's see, 3 hours, 14 minutes. We might get 8. Let's see. Let's get all of bag 7 done, and we'll assess and look. So we don't really have a place to put any more animals, but then we got an outside cat. And so we had this one cat that came around, and I can't remember whose cat it was. Someone's cat, neighborhood cat. And we called her Mama all the time. And she had a string of 4 kittens in our bush right outside of my kid's bedroom. And so we were taking care of those cats. Hey, kittens, da da da. And our friend down the street had a cat house, and she was taking care of neighborhood cats for a while. And so we have never had an empty slot of animals in our life at this point. And I guess, we should be thankful that we're animal people, because otherwise it would not work out in our favor. But yeah, we got a lot of animals. So the Dorito just had a kitten. And I got contacted by an Amazon driver that happened to do a drop off and happened to see that there was this really cute kitten. So we just actually just gave one kitten up to the young man that was getting the kitten. They came and picked it up, and we took pictures and everything. And that kitten we named it Ghost. It was white and had kind of a tan body, or no, it was white, and then had like kind of rust color on the ears and tail. And it reminded me of my cat growing up named Rusty, that was dropped off by a cat named Ghost. And I thought that I thought it was a girl. Come to find out it is a boy. And Dorito is a tortoise shell, like my mom's cat Shasha was. So it kind of came full circle of these animals being like the animals from when I was a kid. So I've lived long enough that I've seen almost like what seems like a reincarnation of the animals I grew up with. But we did not keep Ghost. At one point we were like, oh, maybe we should keep Ghost and bring it. And I was like, no, we can't. We still have Gouda, and he's ailing, and I know he's going to be gone soon, but we can't do that to him. So we have a lot of animals. A lot of animals. And we never seem to have a shortage of them. And again, it's a good thing we like animals, right? Oh, hey, Yellow Brick Roads is on. Hey, what's happening? And Eco-Friendly Bricks, how are you? I follow some of these channels, so I know some of them from brick stuff. You had hermit crabs as a class pet? So Travis, my Ghostbuster buddy Travis, said he had hermit crabs for his class pets. Now, hopefully they didn't paint the shells, did they? I found out that that's actually very damaging to like hermit crabs and turtles. Like if people are painting the shells, it can like poison them and really cause some problems. Something I didn't even realize. But I remember as a kid they would like sell like little turtles that had painted shells, and then you found out years later that the shell doesn't grow, and it creates a hole inside the shell. Pretty awful stuff. Humans can be kind of disasters, walking disasters to some animals in this world. Alright, so it looks like this is going here. That goes under. Oh, I see. This is going underneath. That's going up here on top. And then we got. Oh, wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. I need to set that back one. There we go. This is going off of the edge right here on the back. Am I correct? I am correct. If it looks right, it looks right. And that one goes there. Like the picture? It does. We're on the right path. We're doing what we're supposed to do. Okay. And now we're building out the rest of this rock. So, yeah, hermit crabs. So, we would play with... Oh, man, I got this. So, at one point in my life, I used to work with a photography company. It was Manny Rodriguez Photography. Manny, if you're on there, I love you, my man. So, me encanta mi amigo. He was my bud. I chat with him every once in a while. I hope he's doing good. Man, I hope he has. You know what? I'm blessing you with multitudes of business today, my friend. Multitudes. Hope you get it. He is my good friend. I love him to death. And his kids, he's got amazing kids. Anyways, so we were working with Mario Rodriguez. We were on a shoot for Sam's Club. It was actually a thing where we were out on the beach, and we had this we were holding like this tent. It was like a diffuser to hold the light down. And my good old college buddy Scott was with me. He got me some work. We called him Scottix. But he was with us, and we were on this shoot. We were all doing PA stuff. So we're like, production assistants. And I saw. I'll check it here in a minute, Travis. So we're down there, and we are holding these huge, like they're like these huge stands, right? And it's got this fabric on it, and I mean it's creating like this sail with the wind blowing, and we're holding it, and it would die down every once in a while, or we'd have to take it down, and we're kind of waiting around. We're waiting to get the shot approved. So a lot of the times in photography, you're sitting there, and it's like hurry up and then wait. It's kind of the rule with any production. Hurry up and wait. Everyone's hurrying to get things done. You get it done, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now we're waiting. We're gonna sit there. We're gonna wait. We're gonna see what happens. Well, we were sitting there in our wait moment from all of our hurry up, and we'd been hurrying and doing everything we need to do, and so now we're just kind of sitting there and we're waiting. And my friend Scott, he sees that there is a like a little hermit crab on the ground, and so he's like, "Hey, check this out." And so he goes to pick this thing up, and I guess it was a little bit bigger than what he was realizing. And this thing had like clamped down and was holding on to his finger, and it wouldn't let go. And we're also trying to be quiet on set because they're talking. So he's like, and he's like shaking this like crab that is staying stuck to his finger. This thing is not wanting to move anywhere. And I just kind of looked at him. I was like, "You're an idiot. What'd you think was gonna happen, man?" Love him to death. I was like, "Come on, dude." But yeah, we would play with crabs anytime that we'd see them out on the beach. And so that whole shoot was pretty wild. Anytime that we could grab a crab. I think I had gotten a coconut one time and took it into the hotel room we were at, and we took like the machete from like one of our kits, and we're trying to open up a coconut on the hotel floor. So let's see. Our teacher, Miss T, gave us blank shells that we could paint for the crabs to have. The crab pick. Oh, okay. So you let the crabs pick the shells. We had 7 students with 7 crabs. We did a study about them, also Egyptian history. Asked her if we watched the movie. She said, "No, it's PG-13. I'm oldest in the class." I said, "Miss T, I'm 2 years older than everyone here in the class, so we can watch the one from the 1930s. Yeah. You just have to be careful. My kid was actually scared of the old Universal Monster stuff when it came out. I had him watch, I think it was a Wolfman. And he, because he really wanted to know, and he was like, "I don't know about this, Dad. Like, why would you do this to me?" Now he's trying to talk me into taking him to the Conjuring movies and all that. I'm like, I gotta watch it first. The new one that came out, I haven't gone to watch it yet, and he's wanting to go watch it. And I told him, I said, because of the case, I want to see it first, and then I'll make that decision after I see it, because it's that particular case is pretty wild. So I'm not too keen on going, taking him to go see it until I've actually seen it. Let's see. I thought I was checking to make sure I didn't have a message. All right. So we've got, this is, I guess, our little shooting gallery. And we got these cool cans. I'm going to show this real quick. Once I get this can on, so we got the tops on these cans. And I'm going to try to get it up close. I know my camera here is not the best. I'm going to show it here. That is all printed. So the bottle's printed. It's got beer on it. Beer. It's got corn and beans. So you got old canned goods. Tin can shoot and horseshoe toss. And so we got horseshoes over here. I'm going to show it over here as well. Look at that. So it's got like the beer and the cans. It's all printed too. So it's all printed down. Now the horseshoes, let me see if I can pop one off here and show the this camera. It's kind of not, but it is printed on a clear plastic, so that way it's like the horseshoe is there. Okay, 334. We're now on 335. I'm gonna have to lay this book out. So for my cam over here, apologize, I might not be able to show the other side. This book's just a little too big. I might have to find a new situation with the camera. Maybe I might have to stop with the book cam, do just a tabletop. Like I said, now knowing's half the battle. We're gonna get there. All right, this guy's gonna go right over here. Press in there, so we've got our can shoot, and I believe that's where our cowboy goes. So where are we? 3 hours 26 minutes, so we got about 34 minutes to go. All right, so we're over in bag F, so that means I got to pull out from this box here. We're gonna find, we've got a clear piece, so this right here, and then the rest of it's coming from here. So we got our grass, we got a flame. There's someone apparently taking a shower right now. I can hear it through the wall. I'm hoping everything's fine. I'm not planning on going anywhere, so I hope they're not like, hey, aren't we going to go do X, Y, and Z? It's like, nope. Most I'm going to do is I've got a return to make for, I bought it was a couple leather pouches for my gun belt. I've got like a leather pouch that's supposed to hold, I've got an old brass Zippo that my wife gave me years ago. And I'll return that because I had ordered brown, like just a basic tanned leather for the belt. They sent black, and it doesn't work with anything. I have my holsters in the tan leather, my knife sheaths in tan leather, my herb knives in tan leather, the whole thing's in tan leather. So it's like I put the black case on, I tried it, I was like, it just didn't work, not at all. So for me, it's like I gotta fix it. So I need to send that back. But that's as far as I plan on going today. Not doing anything else. Putting this together. Maybe thinking about a live stream later. I don't know. All right. Here we go. So we need. Got that. So this set's beautiful, by the way. We need 1, 2 of these barrels. It looks like we got the lighter brown. So 1, 2 of these. 2 of these kind of olive studs. 1, 2. You could say the same thing about me. I'm kind of olive. I'm a stud, right? No. Forget you all. All right, we need 8 of these bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. I'm not gonna say it. You're not gonna make me say it. Not gonna make me say it. Especially if you're a teacher, you're on here, you're like, don't do it. Don't do it. Because we hear enough of that in a day. You have no idea how much we hear about that in a day. There are people currently sitting on therapy couches right now because of the I'm not gonna say it. You're not gonna make me. All right, so we're going back over here. We're gonna got a couple of these studs because it looks like we're building the line. So if you're with me on the other side, we had the lines that hold the tent. We're gonna do the same thing over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the lines because I know I need them. We got those. We've got, let's see, where are they? 1, 2, right? Yeah. And then 2 of these. I like how they've kind of put these together. It's a pretty cool idea, like using the double-sided stud in order to add like a little gusto to the build to make it, you know, have like little parts that kind of move up and down, have like tie points. Like it's a pretty novel approach, especially with being able to get the stud on the top, and like I dig it. Okay, We need 1, 2. We got one more of these barrel pieces here. I'm gonna check, make sure I didn't have one of these barrel pieces slide up over here. Give me 1 second. I've got things that are they're trying to attack me. They're trying to teach me a lesson. I'm telling them no. Oh no, am I actually missing one? You know what? I'm wondering if I dropped that somewhere, if it's like caught up in the book or something. Well, I mean, here's the thing though. If I have to, based on customer service that I've gotten recently, if I have to contact them, they'll get me the part. And that's one thing I like about Lumibricks. Seems like, and this is like, I think like my 11th. I've got 13. Oh man, I don't even know how many, maybe 13, 14 sets. So I got a lot of sets, right? And so far, I've had one battery pack that broke, and it broke in kind of a weird way. So it was one of those that broke because of it was the way it's held on to the side of the building, and when I moved it to its spot, the battery pack slipped off, hit the table, and then busted off, and it broke the wires. And so that broke because of that. But for the most part, like if I contact them and let them know, hey, I'm missing this, they'll get it to you. It takes a little bit, so you might be out of pocket and change for a little bit on your part, but it'll be there. What I am going to do real quick, just to make sure, is I'm going to check in this bucket here. I don't see anything there. And probably after I'm done live streaming today, I'll check the floor as well, just to make sure I don't have anything missing. Check the bags. Make sure there's nothing there. I don't see anything there. Okay. So I might just genuinely be missing the part, which is okay. I'll contact them. I get another. So I think in that case, I'm going to put the one that's missing the part, I'll put it over here. And I'll just make a mental note to contact Lucas with customer service. This one, I'm going to put over here. And then this piece goes right down here. Okay. Pretty cool. So we got the tent lines over there. Now, next set over here, it looks like we got 4 of these barrel pieces. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I actually need to build a better table to work off of. I'm getting to that point where it's time. It's time to change. So we got that. We got, these are going to go 1 in here. So 1 and done. 1 and done. 1 and done. And should have 1 more here. 1 more right there. Okay. There's 1 that goes here. 1 that goes on the other side. And then it looks like it skips every other one here. And then here, right? Ooh, don't do that. We'll set that there. Pop, 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 pop. Okay. So we've got it's like almost like a little piece that separates things, right? So we've got like a little kind of like bunch of lines. It might even be where we tie the horse. So 342, we're moving over to 343. Okay, now these I affectionately call them the robot arms. We've got several of them, so we're going to go ahead and pull them all because I have a feeling that they want all 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're like little robot arms like this for the camera here. And it looks like they're going to snap 1 into each other. So we've got 1 that goes here to here. Kind of a unique way of building this. We got 1 that goes on this side, so 1 and 1. That one keeps falling off. You know what, Brick? You pushing, man. Or as my kids say, you're doing too much. Alright. And then one that goes across, so it's almost like latticing. Okay. And then, let's see. Two more that go on the top here. So we've got 2, 3. Are they spaced out any? It looks like it just sits just like as is. Yeah, so this will go here. And this one will go on the other side. It's like a little fence. If I can snap that into place. There and there. Alright. Fence is done, right? And now we're moving over to the next part over here. I'm not sure what these are supposed to be, but you know what? They look cool. That's all that matters sometimes, as long as it looks cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's actually, you know, that was the I say the whole thing. It doesn't matter what it does unless it looks, so as long as it looks cool. That's actually some of the design principles of what's called greeblies, right? Proton Pack's full of them, except now, you know, we have names for them, like hydrogen gas collector, distributor, etc. But the idea was that a greebly was something that gave texture and interest to an area that, you know, didn't, was kind of smooth, needed something to break up the image, so add texture and interest to it. So the term greebly was actually from the group that worked on a lot of the models for George Lucas during Star Wars era at Pinewoods, and so the greeblies became this term for these small pieces that add interest. So this thing, I'm not sure what it is, but you know what? It's like a greebly right now. It's showing some interest. It's breaking up the space a little bit, making things look better. It's 334. Almost skipped a page. 335. I get another horse. Of course, the horse, right? This one's a talking horse. This one I'm going to name Mr. Ed. Put some peanut butter in his mouth. Make him go. Make him sound like he's talking. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be animals rights activists, or the animals rights groups have every reason to bark at people if you're putting peanut butter in the horse's mouth to make them talk. There, oh, you know what? I got a story about that too, about animals rights groups. So, so being in the production world, man, I got to tell you. So, oftentimes, it's like I seem to always have a story for something. All right, so check that out. We got a horse. He's got some feathers on him, so it's almost like a show horse here. It's got some cool. Here, I'm gonna show up here. Look at that. Isn't that cool? One thing I like is that they've got the full articulation in the back and the top up here. For right now, I'm kind of wondering if I should put my cowboy on him. Let's see how our cowboy looks on top of our horse. Yeehaw! All right, so our horse is going over here. So there was one time I was doing a it's gonna sound so weird to say. Okay, one job that I did was for it's Carrie Underwood. It was a vitamin water commercial, right? Okay. I don't even know. I don't even remember how I got this job, because I was working. I don't even remember, honestly. Get some drink. Hold up. All right. So I was doing this job. It was through Coca-Cola. It was like Powerade, or it was vitamin water. That's what it was, vitamin water. And what it was is that Carrie Underwood was there, and it was this whole shtick of this pony or this horse like going crazy in this barn, and the guys were trying to rustle the horse back in, and it wasn't doing what it was supposed to. And Carrie Underwood comes in, walking in. She whispers to this horse that's like a pony or something, and the line was, guy says, "Sure makes me wish I was a pony." All right, well, I'm on this commercial, and it is a hold on, I gotta count. I think I've done something wrong here. Two of these now. Add one. Okay, I see. Add one to it here. So it's 10 up. All right. So I'm on this shoot. Carrie Underwood's there. I actually met Carrie Underwood. She's a very nice person, to be honest. At the time, I felt she was a little sad, and I think the reason why is I think A, it was tough to be there, and B, I think people were kind of making fun of her, and I didn't care much for that. I doubt this would ever get to Carrie Underwood, but I think I offered her a drink, and if Carrie Underwood ever watches this, I'm gonna say, hey, listen, I really appreciate how kind you were to me. You had every opportunity to be a mean person, you weren't, and I appreciate it, and that means a lot to me. It really does. So I checked in, because there were some people talking bad about her, like on the what do you put it, at the shoot, and it bothered me. I didn't like that, and so I checked in to make sure she was okay, seeing she needed what she needed. Well, my job at one point was to take the chicken and kind of toss it out into the shot when the camera was coming in, so they could see the chicken flying off in the background, and have to try to recover the chicken and go back and redo it against the chicken wrangler. And then I was a drink carrier, and then I was this. Well, at one point we were getting the last shots of the day. The sun's trying to go down, and my job at this point was to be the gatekeeper for the gate for the trucks to go through where the horses were. And I remember, like, I was there at the gate, and the director was like yelling at us, "Get out of the bleeping way," and da da da. I mean, really rude guy. And I was like, "Hey, we were told not to open this gate until the actual animal control people were here. We got to wait for him." He's like, "I don't have time for it. You either move it or you lose your job." It's like, well, I kind of need, at this point, it's like, I'm never going to be working for him again, but it's like, well, at least I would get paid for the work I did today. And so I straight up, I went and opened the gate, and here comes the person who works with PETA, and she had this look on her face. She was like yelling at us. She's like, "If you ever open that gate without blah blah again, I'm gonna make sure you never work in this industry again." Fire. I was like, "Yo, it wasn't us at all. Like, it was me, and it might have been Marcus. I can't remember, but we're like, it wasn't us at all. It was the director, straight up." Come to find out way later, I didn't know it at the time. This guy was mean. He was a mean British guy, like just constantly yelling at us. Come to find out who this guy was. His claim to fame was he was the director of the Super Mario Brother movie that had failed back in the 90s and hadn't really done much since. And he was a very mean person. I know the thing is I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because I'm sure he was under a lot of pressure. But he was kind of just a mean person, like really mean-spirited, just a mean sort of soul. I felt really bad for him at times. Like, when I think back on it, I felt really bad because it's like, you don't have to be that nasty. You don't have to be that mean or rude about things. But he was not a nice person. So, all right, I've got about 15 minutes. And right now, we're looking at bag 8, which is this bag right here. So it's essentially at this point, it's like roof stuff. So we've got all this roof, more. 9 is more parts of the roof. So there's like nothing but roof portion at this point. And I'm pretty sure it's going to still take us quite a bit to get the last little bit on here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say at this point, we're going to hold off for the roof part of the build until we get, until next week, okay? We'll finish this up next week. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these pieces here, I'm going to basically put that in our book. We're going to put that over to the side. I'm going to put that up for my people who are live streaming on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. That's going to be our camera view so we can see the beautiful picture here. For my overhead cam, we got it here so you can see, and for TikTok, you can see it right here. So we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put my cowboy. Oh, his hat fell off. Come on, cowboy, Cowboy Sam. I'm gonna put him over here near the gun chute with his pistol. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put my clown over here next to the popcorn. And I guess it's like a money box and like and the balloons. I'm gonna put my bearded lady, and I can't remember her name. Her name is Jenny. Jenny the bearded lady. She's actually, I'm gonna put her over here next to our crystal ball. So she can be over here with the crystal ball, telling some fortunes. Was my fortune, Jenny? Oh, Jenny, such a fine girl. What a good wife you would be with your beard. All right. That's awful. If you, Looking Glass. If you ever like Looking Glass, there you go. That's my Looking Glass quote of the day. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to plug in this battery pack so we can kind of see what we have so far. I'm interested to see how that crystal ball is going to look. We will have to unplug this at one point, because of the fact that A, I'm sure that this battery pack has got to set in a certain way, and B, it's got to go somewhere else. Like I'm sure it doesn't just go here. But I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna kind of set it right there for right now. All right. So inside, of course, we've got the. Let's see if I can tilt it up here and kind of look at it. So inside here we've got like the dressing room that's got, that's got stuff on it. I really do kind of wonder if this is supposed to, I don't know. Here's my thing. I don't know how that's supposed to go. I guess it does go on the outside. I'm a little weirded out about what these little tabs here are. I'll figure it out. I'm sure it'll tell us somewhere down the road what it's for, but you could pop off this panel and take a look at it there. But there's the whole dressing room, which is cool. You've got the lamp in here. You got the journal. You got the hood, the hat, stand, all that. So you've got like a little dressing room behind the curtains. And then over here on the inside, of course, you've got, the trapezist here. And you've got the lady on the knife thing, so you could throw daggers and swords. You got swords and juggling things and popcorn. Our little traveler over here, which is kind of cool. Then you got the flame over here next to what I name him? Chad the cowboy? No, I can't remember what I named him. It doesn't matter. We'll name him Sundance. I bet he has a name in the book. I just need to look and see. I need to go back to the book and see what his name is. I'm not there yet. We'll get there eventually. I'm sure I'll remember. Anyway, so he's got a flame over here. It flickers on and off, and you got all the printing with the cans and stuff. That's a really nice setup. And there's a little bit of space between the tent and him, which is cool. Then I got to remember to ask about the piece I'm missing for that pole there. I'll get that set up. Over here, we got our clown. We got a popcorn cart. We got our lantern here outside of our ticket booth, and of course our ringmaster MC here. Oh, for a second I was like, oh my god, the crystal ball's not working, but it is actually lighting up as well. So the crystal ball, it does glow. It turns off and then turns on. We got our Jenny, the bearded lady there, and our black cat about to eat the grass, so it can puke into the carpet. Again, if you've been with me, like, I'll repeat jokes just because I have to at this point. But like, look, I mean, that's a nice setup. That's beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna try to lift it up for my camera here. Like that's a great display piece. That's beautiful. This will be one of those that's a really cool setup. I'm still trying to figure out about the little portions that are hanging down. I'm not quite sure. Actually, I'd like to kind of go forward and see here. Let's journey into the future here and see if there's something in here about what those little tabs do. Because right now they're just tabs and they're just kind of they're like studs that are sitting down. And I'm trying to figure out if they are studs that help, push that door open so you can see, then we should be utilizing that. Otherwise, if there's something else that kind of just like another part, I don't know. I don't know. Does it help with the ceiling? Does it help with, that's all that stuff. Let's see. Old West. This looks like it's going to go right out here. So, I mean, we've got, oh, I see. We've got the studs. You know what? Let's go ahead and knock that out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'd much rather get this part on. If the rest is all like, at this point, if the rest is all just kind of roof, let's just go ahead and stud this guy down. So it looks like we got 1, 2, right there, 3, goes out 1, 3, and 4, and then we've got this piece here that's gonna go up and over, right? Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot more here that I'm kind of jumping. I'm like, oh, let's do this, and I'm sure there's a lot more. Lumibricks people are like, stop jumping ahead. You are ruining this build. But I also want to get it on there, and I don't want to wait anymore. I don't like waiting. I mean, I'm actually fine with waiting. There we go. I'm going to put it right there for right now. Okay. Yeah, everything's still working. So, as far as like those weird stud pieces, yeah, I don't like looking at this picture right here. I wonder if you see it right here in the live cam. Oh, my sciatica. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's connected to anything, so I really don't know. I don't know what the story with that is. I don't see what it's used for. I don't get it. It's there, but it doesn't seem to really have a purpose. So I think the way that we connected it here, it doesn't just roll out. It'd be nice if it was connected to those studs, right? So you could like roll it up and then close it back down and not have to, because right now you want to access it, you got to take it off. Not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal at all. Like, I mean, take it off. It takes off easily, but it'd been kind of cool if you could have just like rolled it up or hinged it out. Like how they do the backs of things sometimes. But I guess we'll take it off as needed. That's not, again, not that big of a deal. Just it'd have been nicer. Engineering wise, I'd like to see maybe that open up, because right now I got studs that I have no idea what they do. And it's these studs that kind of roll up. When we were working on the bars, I don't exactly know what that's for. All right. So with that being said, I am loving this set. It is a cool set. It is a phenomenal set. I like, we've got some nice gold pieces. We've got the yellow, some bright stuff in there. We've got, very circusy sort of theme to it. If you were with me for last week checking out the show, when we're putting the ring together on the inside, it's a really cool look. I mean, it's a beautiful piece. It's a lot bigger than I was expecting. And so far, I'm going to check the floor to make sure that this didn't roll off and hit the floor somewhere. This place is a mess. So there's a good chance that this thing rolled off and I'm actually missing a part because of my fault. But I'm going to look, because we might have one piece missing. And if we do have one piece missing, I trust enough of Lumibricks that they will probably send the piece in the mail, just like so. When I reached out about the cheese farm with the battery pack being broken, I reached out to Lucas at customer service. He got it sent really fast. Like I said, it shipped out of Capel, which is not far from me. So, great company. If you've never gotten Lumibricks stuff, you really should. Like, this is, I can't, here, I'm going to move it here so you can see. It's a really cool company. Okay. So with that being said, all right, it's 3 hours, 56 minutes. It's right on the edge. I think we're kind of good to go. We're going to kind of wind this up. Next week, we will be going through bags 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so we'll be putting the roof of this big top together, and then I'll probably start posting pictures out after next week of it next to like the gold mine. We need to kind of figure out. We've got cowboy camp, which I'd really like to do. I might go ahead and say let's go do the cowboy camp. I think it'll be a day build, kind of like the gold mine. I think I did that in like one night. We've got as farm life. We've got like it was the chicken farm, chicken coop. I might do that on a smaller show sometime. Just kind of put it out there as a filler. We've got the carpentry van coming up as well. I'm waiting for that to come in, and I'm trying to think. I know I've got some other sets that I have worked on, and then we'll see if Luma sends us anything else to review and look at. I thank you all for being here. I love that you've been here with me. I've been enjoying this build so far. I've been enjoying chat with you all. It's bad, Taylor. Oh wait, hold on. I missed some things. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I have missed so much. Okay, I gotta go back and read some of these comments. So, for my TikTok viewers, I'm also streaming on Twitch and YouTube, YouTube and Twitch, you should be able to look at both and watch them there as well, because I archive all the videos. But it says Travis wrote. He says, she had that one. Oh, the old movie for the Mummy. I was more scared of Stephen King's It. Okay, so there was a lot of people. Again, the reason why I was scared of clowns had to do with the eyes, because of the makeup. It had that same sort of look. So when it came around, I was still very scared of it because of the eye makeup. And I mean, and Tim Curry does a phenomenal job, anyways. And the pictures moving freaks me out too. See, one movie scared a little me was Little Shop of Horrors. Oh man, there's a Little Shop of Horrors brick set that I've been kind of keeping an eye on. I might get it. It's for me right now. It's trying to figure out where to put the Lego City in order to get things up and going. So, all right. So let's see. My oldest sister thought it was funny to watch a movie in the dark, and one of them drop scared me in a recliner. Oh, so I ran so fast to my dad's room and told him what had happened. He was not happy because my older sister did that. Older sister do that. Hey, I have an older sister. Raina, if you watch this, I love you, but you kind of beat up on me a little too much. Hey, and Chris is on. Hey, Chris, I'm glad to see you're out. I'm sorry that we're also about to get off. Like, we're about to leave, but I love that you showed up, man. So, Chris is one of my Ghostbuster buddies from, he's actually in Florida right now. He was in Georgia for a long time, so. And we know him from, like, way back in the day. He was one of our commenters when I was on the show Talking Toys with Taylor and Jeff. He's invited me a few times to some Ghostbuster stuff, and I really need to go out there, too. But I gotta get out. I gotta get out of Texas and do some more things. Bad, Taylor? Yeah, I am bad. And I'm sure it was one of my comments, because I need to write a book called My Life Stories. We build Legos together. I mean, if I could sit long enough to write, I can't even sit long enough to read sometimes. I have my issues, man. I have my issues. All right, so I'm gonna kind of withdraw it at that. It's my 4-hour mark, and my nerve is my sciatica nerve is going out. So I think it's about time. Lumibricks, if you watch this, thank you for the set. I love you. I love the set. It's been amazing. Again, I would not, I would not sponsor this set or these things if I didn't feel that the product was any good. For those on the live stream for Twitch and YouTube, I put that link down there one more time. If you're interested in this product and you want to check it out, I've got the link right there. That's my affiliates link. It helps out the channel. Even if you just click on it and let them know, hey, we're watching what he does, we like it, etc. That also helps me out. So there's the link there. And TikTok, if you are watching this and you want to help out the channel, subscribing, liking, that all helps out. Also, I believe I have my link tree is in my bio on TikTok. You can go there. You can, in the shop, I have a Lumibricks link there in the top. That's my affiliates link. It definitely helps out. If you decide to buy something there, buy it through that link. It really helps out the shop. I get commissions on that, and I can use that to buy more of these sets to later show and do live builds and chat with you all, because I enjoy doing this when I can. Okay, so again, I'm about to head out. I love you all. Thank you all for showing up. I love you all. Jesus loves you more. Nothing you can do about it. Good time building your sets, and take care.